Hello and welcome back to day two of Boom's AI for Good Summit 2021. We at Boom, we're thrilled to host yet another day of insightful conversations with some of the biggest names in the industry in the artificial intelligence fraternity. And thank you again to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and attendees for your participation yesterday and today. Boom is an independent digital journalism initiative and one of the first and leading fact checking websites committed to giving you journalistically verified facts, something that's not easily found these days. Boom is also the first Indian member of the International Fact Checking Network, IFCN, and also the first to partner with Facebook on its third party fact checking program from India. Now, artificial intelligence, or AI, as we all know, enables people to work with machines and deliver unprecedented value to the world. And as AI and deep learning become more powerful, new technologies and algorithms are expanding their applications and increasing their speed and performance. So, again, as we said yesterday, it's no longer a question of when AI is going to change the world. We've been living in an AI infused world for a few years now. But here at this summit, we're talking about how industries can interact with AI, how they can benefit, what the threats are, what the opportunities are. And that's really the objective, is to bring together thought leaders, policymakers, business leaders together through a shared understanding of how artificial intelligence can solve some of India's and humanity's biggest challenges and explore a policy response as well to facilitate AI's wide scale use. We're also talking about the benefits and we talk about the ethics of AI. And so we have another exciting day of conversations coming up. On day one, we spoke about how the field of artificial intelligence impacted different industries during the pandemic. We had a session on autonomous driving, and it was very, very interesting to see that we've advanced so much on autonomous driving in India. We had a master class on trustworthy AI. We spoke about AI in investments and a panel on trust in business. Today, the lineup is equally exciting, and I'm going to introduce the lineup in some time, but I want to invite first our keynote speaker for the day, Shailesh Kumar. He's Dr. Shailesh Kumar on democratization of AI. Now, to democratize something is to provide a representation to the widest possible scale that is possible, that encompasses all individuals, every single person in India. How can technology be made accessible to the masses? Yesterday, for example, we had Mr. Jayesh Ranjan of the Telangana government at his plenary keynote speak about what they've done. With this session today, we get to the core of how AI can be democratized. Dr. Shailesh Kumar is the chief data scientist at Geo. He's a believer and in the power of AI in reshaping fields like education, agriculture, healthcare, mobility, energy, environment, and security and safety. With his decades of experience and expertise, he's been part of various forums such as TEDx, the World Economic Forum, NASSCOM, UNESCO, and so on. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Kumar, and the floor is yours when you're ready to speak.
Thank you, Venkatesh. Thank you, Boom, for inviting me, and thank you for conducting such an important seminar on this theme, AI for Good. And what I'm going to talk about today to your panelists and audiences is my understanding of this idea of democratization, and especially what kind of mindset shifts we need to bring in as data scientists, what kind of new skills we need to develop, and how can we not just build more models in social sector, but also bring fundamental disruption to these sectors, right, with AI. So I'm going to talk about all these, and hopefully, it'll be a stimulating conversation. So if I look at, some of the great leaders in the field of AI, Google, Sundar Pichai, and many other leaders, they have now started to talk about AI as if, the true power of AI is still not, fully realized, right? And Sundar Pichai talked about how AI is even more profound than electricity and fire. And we know electricity and fire, what they have done to the human civilization. And AI is going to do a lot more than that to the human civilization. Now, this quotation, whenever I read this, right, it doesn't sink in yet. And I'm sure in the next 5 years, it will sink in. Why are these people, these visionaries, talking about AI in such a important way? We are all part of that journey, but we are not yet realizing the full potential. And there's a lot that is happening, but we are not yet seeing the full potential. And these kind of conferences and dialogues are going to help us figure out how do we truly realize the full potential of this technology, right? Now, AI is evolving in many, many different directions, right? The new application areas are coming all the time. We are seeing applications all the way from genomics to manufacturing to mobility to smart cities and all that. So new applications are being discovered of how to use AI in different areas, right? New kind of platforms are coming, whether it is cloud computing platforms, training models, deploying them on the edge. All kinds of platforms are coming, and that evolution is growing like crazy. New algorithmic paradigms are coming, right? Deep learning and GANs and reinforcement learning and all of that. And these paradigms are becoming more and more mature. They are getting more and more scalable. They are getting more and more adoption. Especially, things like Kaggle competitions and all has really helped people understand and use the new age paradigms a lot more. And we are learning and inventing new paradigms every day, right? The AI process has been maturing over time, right? So initially it was just about building a model and somehow deploying it. Now we are doing many things in the AI process, right? All the way from training to deployment to monitoring to A/B testing to retraining and all of that stuff. So the AI process is evolving. The type of data we are applying it to is also evolving. We are now applying AI to all kinds of data which we had not thought about before, right? All the way from financial data to genomics data to IoT data, we are applying AI to all kinds of data types. So it's really becoming like the electricity, which is a very horizontal form of energy which can be applied to many use cases, right? And the platform for energy and electricity has matured, right, over the last hundreds of years. We know how to build, distribute energy. Similarly, the platform for AI is maturing, right? Now, with that, our skill sets are evolving, right? So it's not just about knowing some math and statistics and Python. It's going to evolve, and we are going to talk about how that will evolve and the complexity of the systems we are going to build. It's not that the deep learning becomes deeper learning is not the only complexity. We'll talk about different kinds of complexity of the next generation AI system. So all these dimensions are evolving. And just imagine the early days of the car, the early days of electricity, the early days of steam engine, the early days of flying. We are in the early days of AI, and this potential is huge. And all of us working together will realize this potential for good, hopefully, right? Now, we talk about AI as if AI is a technology that sits in isolation, which is obviously wrong. AI is not a isolated technology. It works with other technologies, and this convergence is what is more important to think about all the time, right? So while we may be focused on AI, we need to appreciate that AI could not have been created without cloud, could not have been created without IoT devices giving data. It could not have been delivered to people without devices and connectivity and internet. So all these other technologies are aiding AI to become a normal day-to-day experience for people, as opposed to what it was in the 70s, some lab exercise. So that is a appreciation we have. And when we think of this convergence, we think of how to bring AI to the masses in a more holistic manner, right? Now, let me talk about the evolution of products, right? And this is one of my favorite slides. I talk about it just to give a sense of where products are evolving, right? We started with products 1.0, which were physical in nature. The intelligence was programmed into them, and they do what exactly they are told to do. They don't become better over time. The next one is what we call the crowd intelligence. So over the last so many years, we have now, achieved mastery over how to take one core idea like search, advertisement, recommendation, linking people, and now build products at the planet scale and use the crowdsource intelligence to improve them over the next 20 years. That is the art we have mastered. So this is where we are today. And we are continuing to grow this kind of a capability. Now, what is the next generation products going to be? Is it's not just a better version of Google or Facebook. or Meta is going to be something completely different. Like product 1.0 to 2.0 were completely different. Similarly, 2.0 to 3.0 will be completely different. And we are starting to see glimpses of them. We are starting to talk about smart cities. We are talking about autonomous vehicle, but autonomous vehicle by itself is not the whole thing. Connected car ecosystem, where all the cars are connected on the cloud, is the next generation product, right? So when we start to imagine products at the next level of complexity, these are the kind of products that we can think about, right? Now, to conceive such products, to build such products, which are going to transform societies and not just individual companies, we need to think very differently. Both the IT part, the AI part, and how do we take that? Yeah. So really, AI is now ready to transform societies, not just organizations and individuals, right? It's not that if you apply AI in one domain or the other, we are now ready to take on the next generation of AI into healthcare and transform the entire healthcare ecosystem of a country. Post COVID, we have seen what kind of innovations we have done, but those are reactive innovations to a COVID like thing. But now we need to sit back and say, let's rethink healthcare all over again. And how would we do healthcare, agriculture, education, smart cities if they were not born hundreds of years ago? If they were born today in an AI enabled, cloud enabled world, digital world, how would we have conceived them from scratch? And that is the new journey. And we need to think like that and say, okay, why are we still doing 200-year-old education system when we have digital education, content, and everything? Can we do it differently, right? Can we not do agriculture differently and all that with drones and other technologies? And what all do we need to not just build individual technologies? Can we do X-ray to COVID better? Is an individual technology. Can I do drone to something better? Is an individual technology. That is not enough. We need to think ecosystem, agriculture ecosystem as a whole, healthcare ecosystem as a whole. So we need to change the way we think about how to transform societies, right? So now this is what I call complex ecosystem products, right? They are made up of billions of entities, trillions of interactions, petabytes of data, hundreds of metrics, millions of decisions, and hundreds of workflows. This is not trivial, right? This is way beyond what Google search does or Facebook does or LinkedIn or YouTube does. We are talking about a smart city built up of all these things at the same time. They're all in asynchronous, they're happening together. We need a different kind of an architecture to think about this, both the IT architecture and AI architecture. That is the leap that we have to take in order to build the next generation engineering and AI systems, right? How do we handle this kind of complexity? We need a new kind of operating system. So let me now share some of my guiding principles that we are using to create a new ecosystem within the Geo and the Geo Institute. And how do we think about this level of thinking? What are some of the core guiding principles, right? So first is integration. And all of us within our organizations know how important integration is. And these complex digital physical systems like agriculture, smart cities, healthcare cannot be built unless we think integration of data, integration of insights, integration of decisions, integration of knowledge from all sources into a single place, right? We cannot live in silos anymore and say insurance data is separate, maps data is separate, and GPS is separate, and car odometer is separate. We cannot build a connected car ecosystem if we don't integrate all of this in one place, right? So we need that holistic thinking around a new kind of operating system that integrates all the data and decisions together in all these domains, right? uh, Standardization, right? So today every hospital has their own way of creating a log. Every education company has their own way of thinking about it. Every camera manufacturer has their own standards, right? So how do we now bring about a common standardization so these systems are interoperable, right? Like if many cameras, many sensors, many devices have to talk to each other, like 4G and 5G could not have been built if there were no proper standardization. Similarly, next generation AI systems cannot be built if we don't standardize the naming conventions, the schemas, the data formats, and all of that, right? Today, it's all scattered. We do what we do because it is still evolving, but at some point, we need standardization. The third principle is that everything now has to become personalized. When we talk about advisories to a farmer, it cannot be a Krishi Darshan program at 9 a.m. for all farmers in a certain in a country. It has to be highly personalized to that farmer for that crop for that stage. When we talk about healthcare advisory, again, it cannot be a general guideline. It has to be for that genomic configuration, for that medical history, for those symptoms, we need to give personalized advisory. So personalization in at scale is the new theme, which is now possible with technologies like AI, right? Democratization, in my mind, right, is about bringing the producers of AI and the consumers of AI together, right? And say that, look, anybody can produce AI models and anybody can consume AI models, and we need to create a marketplace for AI, not just for data, but an AI marketplace, an AI exchange where imagine a student who has done a great job of a BTech project can upload the model and it is suddenly being used to help farmers do something, right? That level of gap between producers and consumer has to be reduced so that AI reaches the masses very quickly. We need such frameworks. Yeah. Inclusion is a very important theme. Today, when we build apps and products, we don't think of everyone. We think of the urban elite, tech savvy, English speaking people, because that's where the money is. But we don't think about the rest of the country, right? And the people who speak other languages, who don't know how to type on keyboards. How do we bring inclusion? Like we want to bring, ethics in AI. Inclusion is an ethical thing to do, and we cannot build AI systems which are not inclusive. And that's an important theme that we need to think about. And finally, I think we have had discussions around this, that these digital physical systems will have to earn the trust of the people. Why would somebody go to a AI doctor and say, this is my problem, what to do? Why would somebody go to an AI advisor instead of a human advisor for agriculture advice or education advice or healthcare advice, right? Unless they trust the quality, the integrity, the privacy, the security, all these aspects and fairness, unless trust is built into AI as an inbuilt thing, we will not build trust with the people. So these are the guidelines that I think will really democratize the AI for good. Yeah. So now let me talk about the framework level thinking, the high level way that I think about and many people think about, top down, right? So the idea is there are many, many sectors that need help that can benefit from AI. Let's take one of them. Within that sector, there are many, many beneficiaries, whether it is within healthcare, the patients, doctors, labs, insurance companies, NGOs, ASHA workers, everybody can benefit from within that sector. And each of those beneficiaries uses a whole bunch of apps and products. And each of those products needs many, many types of services: content services, software services, AI services, data services, sensor services. And within AI, there are many, many types of AI services, whether it is speech, vision, language, knowledge, IoT, reasoning, and all that, optimization. And within each service, there could be many, many providers or producers of that service, right? Google can produce a very nice model for retinopathy and all that, but a student can build a very, very specific model for a very specific thing in his part of the world, right? So how can we build a platform that can enable even a student and a Google at the same time to contribute to this new age democratization of AI for all sectors, for all beneficiaries, and all kinds of AI services, right? So that's a vision that we are working with and saying, how can we get there? And how can we make really a system where we are not competing with each other? We are collaborating to give everything that a farmer needs, not just soil IoT, not just advisory, not just supplying vehicles and equipment. How do we think holistically about what a farmer needs? And can we provide that in one system instead of him to deal with 20 systems and then get his job done, right? So customer facing thinking and all that. So one of the most important infrastructures working backwards, see, we can work forward and create all kinds of models and improve the models and keep doing that bottom up. But we also need a delivery mechanism to connect the producers and consumers of AI together. And if you look at the consumer side of the story, right? Imagine all these are applications people are building for end consumers, products and application. What do they need? They need standardized access to APIs, right? They need high quality models. They need low cost of an API call. They need the greatest innovations in there. They shouldn't have to worry about it, right? And they need a single place where they can go and say, these are my APIs, I will integrate them. And suddenly my app is now AI enabled. Without me being an AI person, my product is now AI enabled. I don't have to build speech models because somebody has built it, right? And now on the other side, the producers of AI, what do they need? They have, they need an equal playing field. A freelancer, a student, a startup guy, how can he compete with the big guys and say, hey, we need equal access to all kinds of data so we can compete and compute resources? How do we build training and benchmarking data sets so that, like in Kaggle, we have a subjective objective measurement? How do we get access to millions of customers and learn from the data and all of that? How can we integrate into hundreds of apps right away without having to go sell our AI applications to all of them? And how do we deploy our thing at scale without all the engineering hassle? So one of the key infrastructure that I think we need is what we call an AI exchange. And what it is basically a place where there are standardized APIs defined that apps can use and where anybody can produce a model, right? So imagine a speech to text in Bengali model is one API that can be produced by many, many people. It could be Google, it could be Microsoft, it could be IIT Kharagpur, it could be anybody. And they can all upload their models in one place, right? And whoever's models is doing better according to the benchmarking data set will get more and more, calls. And this automation, like we do bidding automation in agriculture, we can do this kind of automation here as well, right? So that's kind of the framework. And now imagine what it can do to the AI economy of the country. I can now be a freelancer. I can be a very good AI producer and I can upload my models and I can monetize them because I don't have to worry about finding customers because everybody is using this platform and coming to this platform, right? So this is how a marketplace or an AI exchange can help. So let me give a very simple glimpse of what is possible and through this video, and so that it becomes a live example of what is possible, right? It opens our imagination to the next level possibility. So now hopefully the audio will come. What's your phone number? So imagine that somebody in the country has built an app for, let's say, fishermen, right? And this app is speech enabled only in English but not in Tamil and Telugu, right? So we just saw that when we choose when we choose English as a language, the speech to text to speech works in English. Choose language. But when we choose another language, there is no audio coming, right? So imagine this person has built an app and he's somewhere in the country and he doesn't know anything about speech. Now imagine an AI marketplace for India, and imagine that somebody else in the country, somebody else, he doesn't know about this app at all. He's not even building a speech to text to speech model for this app. He goes to a website and he uploads their model there. And he says, I'm very good with text to speech in Tamil, Telugu. I have uploaded the best possible model. That's all they did without knowing about this app. And now, and suddenly now this app becomes speech enabled without millions of fishermen re-downloading the app. Yeah? So now this app is speech enabled because of somebody uploaded a model somewhere in the country. Now, this is the possibility that we want to work with. And this will integrate all AI producers with all AI consumers. The consumer of AI is the person who built this app. And the producer of AI is the person who uploaded the model. They never have to talk to each other. But through the marketplace, the whole system is going to work together. Yeah. And, these pilots are now happening. We have seen that it works, right? So this is one of the things I wanted to talk about, which is how do we make the production, and this is what is going to truly democratize AI as a platform, right? Now let's talk a little bit about three, four themes that I want to go after. These are some of the themes that the Niti Aayog and everybody is talking about, right? Language technologies are very important, especially in the Indian context. And in my mind, in order to think about a domain, we need to start thinking about all the APIs first, not the models, not the nuances of the models, not the features, not the training and the parameter. Top down thinking, start with the APIs and say these are the APIs we need. And if as a country we list all the APIs and say, I need knowledge graph APIs, I need speech APIs, I need NLP APIs in terms of capabilities and all, but I need them in all 22 Indian languages, not in English alone. Only then we have brought about inclusion. Now, if you evaluate where are we in terms of the other 21 languages, we are nowhere close to English, right? So there's a lot of work to be done. When we think about NLP, we don't need to think about English LP. We need to think about all the other Odia LP and Punjabi LP and all the other languages and say, where are we on these NLP stacks, right? And we need to work very hard to get there. And how do we get there, right? Uh, Entity thinking is important, right? So I don't want to spend a lot of time, but the idea is we need to think knowledge aware uh, language thinking in order for us to build very good models in low resource languages. If you think about English, we have the whole internet, we have the whole Wikipedia, we can do very, very complex billion parameter systems like GPT-3 and all that. We don't have all that in Indian languages, right? Even the next Indian language, Hindi, doesn't have even one hundredth of that much of data. How are we going to build complex models like that in these languages? So we need to think differently. We need to think, what can we do with low resource languages? So knowledge aware NLP systems are going to be very useful, right? So knowledge graphs, where we say this is an entity, these are the IDs, these are the attributes predicate, is an important kind of thinking that we have to bring to the forefront. AI is not just about deep learning. AI is many, many things. One of them is knowledge graph thinking. Yeah? Medical knowledge graph, unless we have this, we cannot build the next generation medical healthcare system for the country. So these are foundation technologies that we all have to pull together and build so that these APIs can be used by the next set of people to say, now I want to build a diagnosis system, I want to build a diagnosis system in 22 languages. How do we now integrate all these APIs of speech to text, text to intent, and intent to diagnosis, and diagnosis to something, right? In order for us to think like that, we have to think very, very holistically about different types of capabilities like knowledge graph, like deep learning, like NLP, and all of that integrated into a single whole, right? Knowledge graphs are beautiful. They are everywhere. And, it's a very important infrastructure in every domain, right? So whether it's agriculture knowledge graph, where we take a crop and say what are the fertilizers needed, nutrients needed, and what kind of soils are good with it. We have tremendous amount of domain knowledge, but if it is written in text documents and textbooks of agriculture, it is not digitally consumable. So we need to convert that knowledge into these massive knowledge graphs. Same thing in education. We are writing textbooks in NCRT. We have a lot of domain knowledge about which concept is a prerequisite of which other concept. If this knowledge graph is enabled, so many education startups can start using this to say, how do I orchestrate the journey of a student learning, because this infrastructure is available, right? So I'm combining the use cases with infrastructures, and hopefully that is making sense. Uh, we talked about knowledge aware NLP, right? So how do we not think about just corpus centric NLP, but also saying, look, we as humans never understand language if we don't have a background domain knowledge in that domain, right? And we pivot language onto knowledge and knowledge onto language all the time. And doing a purely corpus based NLP is not natural. So what we are saying, can we do knowledge aware NLP, where we combine knowledge graphs that we have built in different domains and corpus data coming in those domains, and now interlink them and all that, right? So that kind of thinking is important. Let me take another area, healthcare. And now again, we start with discovering all the APIs we need in healthcare, again top down, and then saying, we need a very good EHR system for the country. The National Health Stack is building one, Geo is building one. Many companies are trying to build one, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. So the electronic health record is a single repository of all our medical data with privacy protection. Only then we get a full picture of what your health looks like, where it is heading, where are you coming from, why are you having certain allergies, and what can you do about it, what should be your lifestyle, and all that. Without this fundamental infrastructure, we cannot do a lot of things, right? Then health scorecards of all kinds of health, whether it's your mental health, psychological health, emotional health, what is the severity stage, right? Correct diagnosis has to happen. Supply chain in healthcare, computer vision in healthcare. Omics is a new area that is emerging. We need to build a lot of APIs around, given your genomics data, parents' genomics data, what can we do, proteomics, metabolomics, and all that. So there's a lot of work in the omics world in the healthcare side. Drug discovery today takes, decades to discover a new drug. Can we fast track that through technology and not just traditional processes, right? Diagnosis is a very big problem today. If you think about wrong diagnosis, late diagnosis, it is causing a lot of problems in the future. And if good cities have that problem, good doctors do misdiagnosis sometimes. Imagine the fate of tier 2, tier 3 cities and villages where we don't have diagnosis systems, right? Can we build diagnosis systems that are available in all languages, and at least people can say that this is what I have. Is it an emergency? What can I do locally? What do I need to do to go to a city and see a doctor, right? So diagnosis, all these are different APIs in healthcare that we need to think about, right? How do we integrate all this? So the national health stack, again, we need to take an ecosystem approach and say, yes, we need a patient-facing system, a doctor-facing system, a hospital-facing system. How do we integrate all these capabilities into one place and say, this is the overall health stack that India or the world needs to produce, right? So integration is the new way of thinking about it, right? Again, giving right advisory to the right people by looking at the holistic aspect of your health, not just one aspect of your health, the current symptoms only, but history and all that, your Fitbit data, immunity, genomics, all of that. And can we build doctor assistant, nurse assistant, medical assistant, ASHA worker assistant, so they can, are technology enabled? How do we build these systems that can work across 22 languages and work for the masses, the inclusion principle, right? Uh, so what does an AI doctor look like, for example, in the healthcare world? You give me a set of symptoms and we can now tell you what are the top end diseases, right? And this can be used in many, many ways to help the doctors double check their diagnosis, to help junior doctors who have never seen a disease to have a second opinion. So there are a lot of things that can be done to use this kind of a platform to build very accurate diagnosis, right? And in our world, one of our contributions is that we have now built a very sophisticated diagnosis engine that can works across the top 500 diseases in the country and top 500 symptoms, and it can now do very, very accurate predictions on our diseases, right? So this is more than 90% accurate. It can tell whether you have this disease or that based on a very natural conversation like a doctor would have, asking the right next question and giving you the right next diagnosis. And now you can imagine how you can use it to scale diagnosis as a service for the country. Yeah, that was just one example. Then again, we talked about vision, right? A lot of vision applications are waiting to be solved in healthcare. And if we can create APIs in that mode, marketplace mode, and say people who are good at this, good at that can come and create these APIs, enable these APIs, and they are all integrated into EHR and data comes in and all that. This kind of an infrastructure is essential to democratize a holistic ecosystem for everyone, right? Some examples in agriculture, again, a lot of APIs needed in agriculture. How do we think about what can we do for crops? What can we do for soil? What can we do for in computer vision in healthcare using all kinds of data? remote sensing, hyperspectral, and all that? What about supply chain? What about giving the right advisory at the right time to the right farmer? And omics world in agriculture, right? Plant omics versus human omics. Again, making a list of such APIs gives us a top-down view of the work that is ahead of us. Like I said in the beginning, what Sundar Pichai said, there's a lot of work to be done to get there. And there are a lot of new ways of thinking about it, right? How do we build advisory systems? Today in Reliance Foundation, we get so many calls, but we can only handle so many because we have a limited number of actual advisors on the ground. But and these calls can come from any part of the country in any language, so the local experts have to be proficient in those languages. So now imagine a system where a farmer can speak in the local language because we have solved the API problem on the speech to text part. Text to intent part somebody else has done. Knowledge graph somebody else has done. Remote sensing data is integrated by somebody else, right? AI rules are created by the agriculture experts of the country, and we all come together with all our APIs and then deliver value to the farmer, right? And this kind of a thinking is what we need to get there, right? So this is our agri brain for India kind of a construct where all your events will come, whether it's a weather event, pest event, soil event, mandi event, farmer event. These events are coming on one side. Rules are getting created for every condition, subcondition, every soil, every crop, every stage of the soil. Rules are getting added and modified and customized to different seasons, different geographies by the experts. Knowledge graph of agriculture is ingested. Then we have a complete understanding of what has happened in the farmer, what practices he has followed, what is his soil pH, and what is the weather and all that, what was his yield before and all that. And now we have a very rich content lake. All this will come together to deliver the right advisories to farmers and to equipment suppliers, to seed manufacturers, to insurance companies, to drones, and to everybody, to decision makers about exporting and importing grains from outside, right? So this whole thing, this is what we call an ecosystem thinking. And today we are not able to do the full realization of AI because we don't think like this. We don't think that we need to integrate all these events into all the possible advisories and integrate all providers of API into a single ecosystem, right? That is what the kind of thinking we need, right? Third, fourth example, last example in education. Again, we have to identify APIs. Today, we are going through, transition back, unfortunately, to a 200-year-old education system. We are going to physical schools again, but we have not at all utilized what we have learned in our, digital education world in the COVID area, right? So imagine if we could have a system where a new slate that can interpret formula handwriting language, it can understand a student very precisely and say, this is what you know, this is what you can apply, these are the kind of mistakes you make, this is your test taking behavior. And then it personalizes everything: curriculum, what you should study next, what content is best for you, what homework should I give you next, what solution will make sense to you. And then it can also do speech based and natural conversation with the student. This is what I call the teaching machine for the planet. And it can now learn from teaching millions of students every day how to become better and personalize education at scale and give the right thing to each student, right? So the idea is, how do we do curriculum, content, practice, and assessment and analysis, and that loop. So we need to think combining multiple types of APIs and combining them into a systematic workflow to create personalization at scale, right? So just as a deep example, one of the things we are working on is, how do you create a right thing to do? So for a student who is very proficient in concept P and not at R, and we have the knowledge graph I showed you earlier about product, dependence between this topic to that topic, then to student A, the app will suggest that you need to study concept X because you are very likely to succeed because you are very good at the prerequisite P. And you also need to study R because that is where your progress is taught. So this student gets X and R to study, and this student gets P and Y to study. And every student in the country now gets a new topic to study based exactly on where they are in their education learning journey. That is highly personalized education. And unfortunately, we have personalized everything else, including pizzas and Netflixes and ad campaigns and advertisement and marketing. But the most important thing that needs to be personalized, which is education, has not been personalized. Right? Advisory for farmers is not personalized. Healthcare is not personalized. So we have a lot of real use cases in front of us that we can solve. What we have learned in the last 20 years is great, but the next 20 years is going to be completely different and path breaking for AI, right? So really, this is my hybrid education model. This is a digital physical education model, and the idea is that a digital school is what a student is doing on the slate. They are getting all this digital information. They are consuming content, the right content, doing the right problems, and all that. And then there is a physical school where they are doing things that you need to do physically, right? You are going there to not to listen to a teacher. You have already listened to a lecture from the best teacher in the world. You don't need to listen it from another teacher. What you need to do, you need to solve problems with the team. You need to create a startup. You need to do hackathons. You need to play with each other and do debates and orchestra, right? So the role of physical school and the role of digital school are very different. And this is a hybrid education system. We can think very disruptively about education. We don't have to think traditionally that there is Byju's and Khan Academies which are competing with the NCRT and CBSE. This is how our current education is set up. But if we collaborate, we can create a new kind of a hybrid education. Let me just give one example and then I'll finish. So imagine that how we can combine traditional education with digital education. Imagine a teacher is teaching a concept to a segment or a section in a class. So seventh grade, there are 20 sections. Take one section, you have grouped similar students together in that section for that week. It's a dynamic section, and the teacher knows what to teach in that section versus the other section because all these students are similar in their proficiency level of concepts. So simple clustering. Then the teacher says, okay, I'm done with this section. I need to give these templates to these students, not homework, but templates of problems, which then go and the students can automatically practice, right? And they can do right and wrong, and the system can figure out the assessment and practice and homework is adaptive. Some students get more, some students get less. Teacher does not have to remember and know who knows what. The system will figure it out, and then the system will again give the right it will recluster the students next week and then recreate the sections, and the students now go to the different section and the teacher knows what to teach in that section. Now this level of mixing the old and the new, where the teacher doesn't give a lecture, but it is very focused on what the student needs, and the AI figures out how to resection the classroom every day. This is just an example of how can we disrupt education, right? So let me now close. So how do we get there, right? What are the new skills that a data scientist needs to know is very different going into this future. It is not about learning Python and R and some TensorFlow and some statistics and math. We need to develop new kind of thinking in order to make this kind of impact, right? The first is all data scientists should become design thinkers, not from a product angle, but from a use case angle and pain point angle, and say these are the pain points in the society that AI can address. We need to become formulation thinkers. We need to say that, like I gave examples of advisory and education, we need to say this is a clustering problem, this is a optimization problem, and this is how the AI architecture should look like for this kind of a pain point. So how do you convert pain points into AI architecture? That layer is missing in our data science teaching today. How do we create that layer, and how do we do that? Anybody can build a model now. 12th graders are training machine learning models. That is not the role of a data scientist anymore, right? We need to think differently about what is our role. How do we build a platform that automates the life cycle management of a model? It's a chore for me to collect data, to build a model, to create features. Can I automate all that? I've done this many times. Can I automate this once and for all? Monitoring, A/B testing, redeployment, all of that. Platforms are there. Many companies are building these platforms, and we don't need to think that we need to do them from scratch. How do we think about the overall architecture? Not just the AI architecture, but the data architecture, knowledge architecture, events architecture, sensors, actions on the ground, physical action, digital action. How do we integrate end to end the whole thing so this whole system comes alive? How do we build solutions, not just use case after use case, but how do we combine all use cases in one vertical and say, this is how do we solve agriculture for the country once and for all, holistically? I know how to do supply chain, I know how to do demand forecasting and supply forecasting. Can I combine all that together into a solution for agriculture overall? And then everybody participates in that solution, right? And this is what I call the ecosystem thinking, and this is what the next generation data scientists need to develop in order to build solutions for the society, because they're not going to be simple things like build another search engine or a recommendation engine. It is going to become an ecosystem product, and we need to think differently. All right, so let me stop here. Thank you all for your attention. And I don't know if we can take questions, but I'm happy to take questions if we have time.
Democratization of AI can benefit India and humanity at large. I appreciated the way you framed the questions and the ways to approach, whether it was the framework of integration, standardization, personalization, democratization, inclusion, and trust, or whether it was the recently concluded framework of the different types of thinking one needs. There are a couple of questions, that I would like to ask. The first is, where does the framework of ethics fall into all of these different frameworks that you have delineated and showed us? Is it a separate, would you say it's a separate kind of silo, or is it something that needs to
Yes.
be part of every
Yes.
step?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part, but I
I,
think ethics is an inbuilt thing. It's not an afterthought, right? See, one of the things we do is we say we'll bring ethics later. So I think ethics is inbuilt in how we design our data architecture, in our knowledge architecture, in our models, right? So bias aware, fairness aware models should not be an afterthought. It should be an inbuilt process. And that's how the processes have to evolve. We have learned that when we did this without thinking about it consciously, we landed up building biased models, unfair models, and all that. Now we have learned our lessons. Let us not just do it as a post process correction, but let us put this as part of our model building exercise. Let's think about privacy from the day one when we think about how to ingest data, and make sure it is privacy aware from day one, instead of saying, oh, later we will do privacy because we have a government law around this, right? So I think now that these ethics in AI frameworks are evolving and maturing and regulations are coming, what will automatically happen is that they will become part of our modeling process without thinking about them as special things. And that is when the next level AI maturity will come. Yes.
No, that's interesting. And and the other question, of course, is, and we have a panel on ethics and AI towards the end of today's sessions. So for those of you who are going to be around, please watch out for that. My second question, and I think since we're running out of time, I'll just leave it at that. The second question, Dr. Kumar, is, it was really nice to see the way you broke down the challenge ahead of India, specifically given the fact that we have 22 official languages, and I'm assuming the opportunity is beyond those 22 languages, right? We have hundreds of dialects, and eventually we have to find a way or to address the needs of all the people. Is there a kind of date you would like to put as to when you think India will be able to kind of bring all mainstream all these languages?
Yeah, see, recently Google and I think Microsoft both have announced that they have now done good job of 6 languages, not just 6 Indian languages. So I think there's a lot of work going on in both these companies and in many startups across India. And with the rate at which we are innovating in India, right? And I'm pretty sure that within the next 4 or 5 years, we'll be able to claim that we have now 90% coverages on, let's say, top 15 languages, and 70% of Indians are covered. And slowly it will continue to grow. But to get there, the mindset change has to happen. A new kind of algorithmic thinking has to happen. Data sets and infrastructure has to be created, and then automatically all this will happen. What we have done in the last 20 years for English, we have to create such resources, part of speech taggers, all these resources for Indian languages. They are there in scattered in silos in different universities and center of excellences, but they all need to come together to create this. So I think it is possible that within 4 or 5 years we will not be talking about this because it is a solved problem. That is my prediction with all the innovation that is happening. I hope so. Yeah.
We hope
Thank
so too. That's an
you. Yes.
optimistic note as well to kind of conclude things. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you for
and for those
inviting.
of you who want to continue to follow his work, please find him on LinkedIn and other social platforms. Dr. Sailesh Kumar, as you've seen him, and he's got all these frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, human societies are extremely complex, and what Dr. Kumar said just now about these frameworks of standardization, integration, personalization, we are now going to be talking about fairness. And I suppose that you can map fairness into the democratization, inclusion, and trust paradigms. Now, the racial, cultural, geographical differences around the globe, as we all know, and the lack of curated data makes fairness in technology a huge challenge. We just spoke about languages as well. We have a situation where some languages that are not spoken by many people, relatively speaking, are getting more attention than many large languages which have millions and millions of speakers. So that's also incorporates fairness. So the whole issue of machine learning, specifically in fairness in machine learning, is forcing corporations to establish this kind of ecosystem of fairer ML practice. And that is, of course, much needed. Machine learning, after all, has garnered a reputation for being a bit of a black box over the years. And to talk about this, I would like to invite the consulting editor of Boom, Raghavan Srinivasan. He's a former editor of the Business Line, the Hindu Business Line, and he's going to be moderating the session on building ML systems for fairness at scale. And also welcome on stage the people he will be speaking to. We have Luca Massaron. Luca is a data sciences expert and an author with his expertise in the field of data sciences. Specifically, he's authored over 10 books about data science, machine learning, deep learning, and AI. He's also a lecturer of marketing and statistics and has been a part of several tech meetups and conferences. We also have with us Nikhil Bhaskaran. Nikhil is the founder of Shunya OS. He's an entrepreneur, a startup and tech community builder who believes in the large-scale benefits of community building. So welcome to you, Luca. Nikhil, over to you, Raghavan.
Thank you, Venkatesh. And in fact, thank you once again because your previous session actually offered an excellent segue into this session. It sort of set the framework and context for some of the discussion I hope will happen during the next 45 minutes that we have on this with this panel. And it also sort of raised or flagged critical issues, I think, which are being faced by the entire community of developers in the AI ecosystem, AI machine learning ecosystem. You know, the question of fairness always comes up whenever you're talking about data ethics. And there are certain fundamental issues with all such systems. When you actually move from the lab or the development stage into the real world, that's because whatever you build, whatever kind of model, algorithm, system that you're building, you are using basically backward looking data, historical data, to develop the model and train it, right? But the model itself is going forward into the future. And once it starts interacting with the environment, with different users in different cultural, social, economic contexts, there is no data for the algorithm to fall back on. It has to, so then you have issues of whether, the right decisions are being taken up. And we've had a number of, I think, landmark cases in the past, not so distant past. Listen, it's a new field, so you can't go back too far back in history to come up with instances. But there are a few examples which created a lot of debate about the whole question of machine learning and fairness and data ethics when they happened. One good example that I can think of is when Amazon started its same-day delivery service, and then it was found that basically their system tended to skip all inner city areas in the U.S. Predominantly black neighborhoods, less economically depressed neighborhoods, and this service was simply not on offer there. What reason? Well, they figured it out. They fixed it later. But how did that happen? I think that's a good case study to understand what can potentially go wrong. There was this, and of course, there are multiple examples of AI-based, ML-based systems being used in law enforcement, for instance. Again, in the US context, because that's the one which has sort of adopted these technologies. That's the country which has adopted these technologies most widely in practice. And therefore, there are a number of examples coming up in the American context. But again, in law enforcement, most of these systems were found to have a clear racial and ethnic bias, right? So if you were black, you were tagged high risk as a potential repeat offender, whether or not whatever your first offense which brought you into the attention of the system was even an actual offense. So guilty or not, that was for the legal system to judge, but you were already judged and put into a box by the algorithm. So these are challenges, and I think we were these are some of the issues that we would like to look at when you're. So how do you solve this problem? For instance, how do you sort of, can you create a system or a model to sort of automate this process of when developers cannot keep on going back and reworking the model. It's not possible in the real world. So how do we build systems which sort of have automated fairness checkers built into them, for instance, evaluations? How do we do automated course corrections? I think these are some of the broad challenges which the entire AI community, developer community, is still grappling with. So we will talk about these issues at length. But what I would like to do to start with is to perhaps invite the two panelists to share their initial thoughts for 8 or 10 minutes each, how you see the issue, where you think the challenges lie, and where which way do you think potential solutions are being developed right now, and which way they could be developed, right? So the broad contours of this. May I first invite Mr. Luca Masron to share his thoughts, and then I will come to you, Nikhil, and then we'll go into a sort of interactive session. It would be great, actually, if I'm not the only person asking all the questions. It will be wonderful. You could even ask each other questions, because you're really, Mr. Massaron has not just written the book on the subject, he's written 10 books on the subject, right? So I'm not the expert out here. So it'd be great to sort of share your insights as the session develops. So over to you, Mr. Massaron.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you can hear me well. And I would like to start with a consideration. So much has happened in artificial intelligence and machine learning in the recent years. Actually, I have some experience, apart from writing books, which are divulgative, in insurance and banking. And I remember how our focus just 5 years ago was more on privacy matters than on equity or fairness. Why? Because of legislation pressure, and because, of course, it was a very important matter for companies implementing their systems. At that times, if you didn't treat with privacy in the correct way, you could have fines And no matter how performing your automation by machine learning AI were, you could not gain from them if you failed at dealing with privacy. At that time, when we went into our database, we realized that databases were thought for a completely different purpose. They were not implemented correctly from a privacy point of view. So our approach was, yes, to control when we implemented the system. So to create, self-controlling automation that could provide us hints if something was not going wrong. For example, if certain customers in our databases were still be dealt with in spite of the fact that they opted out of certain programs or the fact of being treated. But apart from that ex post controls, the most important intervention that we did at that time was that to design privacy since the beginning. There is one important mainstream action called privacy by design that you can implement since the early start of a project by redefining how the data is collected, how the data is treated, how the data will impact on the models and the application you're going to create. I see now, for fairness, the same situation. We have started first realizing the need of being fair, because thanks to public opinion, thanks to investigating journalism, we found out that many applications, like the Compass, for example, in US, were a failure because actually they didn't predict correctly. They predict correctly for a majority or in a global sense. But when you went to see about minorities, about certain groups, you felt that they were not providing the correct prediction, and they were creating by enforcing and reenacting inequalities and unfairness. So, of course, we realized the problem, so we started immediately to implement a lot of checks. We started by checking, for example, algorithm bias, because algorithm themselves can create a different, kind of prediction for different groups. So it can work perfectly well for the majority, but for minorities, they can create fallacies. They can create predictions that are really not fit. And we created automatic systems. So when we are implementing our models, we control for the performances, we control that we don't have concept drift, so we are always a good fit for the problem they should be solving, but also we also monitor for consistencies of predictions across sensible groups, because we know what are sensible groups based on distinction of gender, nationality, ethnicity, for example, income, or other sensible information that we have. But that's not enough, because actually these systems change continuously and are tested against unexpected information, unexpected data that we are training not with. So we had to rethink all the process since the beginning. The kind of data we are collecting, is it suitable for implementing a fair system, a system that is not enacted inequality and a fairness? So what can we do? Should we collect all the information? Should we collect all the information that is needed for checking, and that's all? So we are thinking about processes now, and this is where I think in the future, in the near future, the fairness discourse will focus more on processes of enacting correctly, the process of having a fair system enacted, than just automating or just thinking about scaling. Scaling is an important method that we should discuss in this discussion of ours.
Thank you. I think very sort of interesting insights and an overview. Nikhil, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'll start by putting the whole thing in perspective. I think why this session is important and why discussing this is so important. Bias or all this incorrect, whatever comes into the AI model is coming from the society. So the thing is timing. What do we have as humanity? What is that we have right now? Is a chance to correct it. A lot of decision, if you see, even at let me just give you a random example and nothing. So some HR has got a lot of experience, and sometimes even the gender might bias when you see that someone skills on a resume. Just seeing gender might bias the person that this is not suited for it, or you might not look through the whole skills. Now, when you move this kind of system to the AI, you can avoid feeding it the parameters of gender. That particular job does not have. So that means a lot of decision making is changing from traditional humans to machines. And this is once in a lifetime opportunity where we can set it fair. But like Lucas was saying, will people naturally set it fair? No. I mean, entropy is at work, there's lack of energy to take up all these challenges. So typically it is going to descend into disorder. The same problems that existed in the physical world would, in a natural course of time, come into the metaverse. The digital universe would become a replica or maybe an amplified replica of these social problems. But here, discussions like this become so important because, at least largely wherever there is democracy and these are countries that are driving most of the, at least largely you can control only these countries, the public opinion shapes the course. Like when privacy became so important for the public, people started realizing that this is what is happening. And that's where investigative journalism, journalists become so important because once you make the public aware, people sit up and think, are we doing enough about it? If there is not enough awareness, it's going to pass. People are not going to bother about these parameters. So the timing is very important. This is the timing when most of the models are getting created, deployed. At this time, if there is right noise and it comes on top of the agenda, typically the engineer himself does not have it as on his agenda. I'll be very honest, and I'll tell you, humanly, it's not. Sometimes to be, I mean, I don't know if I'm being wrong here, but sometimes when I myself as an engineer deal with challenges, you're bogged down by so many technical challenges, you tend to miss that point, unless it's so much important from the social side that when you sit on the table, you also know, no, this is important, critical. I cannot. So that's why making noise in the society, making people aware how critical is this issue, is very important. Then I will come down to how technically this can be done. Obviously, there are many ways you can do it. Like I said, one of the examples would be general awareness that AI depends on the parameters that you feed it to. It learns those parameters. So what parameters is what the society can tell the engineer that when you are doing this particular decision making, only these parameters should be considered in a fair environment. So should you be capturing, like you said, we have gone insanely crazy about data. We keep capturing every single data point, and and then but there is something in between. Even if you have captured all of that data, you don't have to all of that AI. It might end up the same place. For this particular decision making that you're designing this AI, how much of that data should you give to this AI? How much do you want the machine to know? These are parameters that you can control. So from high level of importance of timing to what can be done at the AI level, I've just tried to give a quick brush. I think this will trigger the discussion. I hope so. And then you can carry it.
Yes, thanks. I think, one common thread that I find in both of your opening remarks is that, bias is part of the system. Bias exists in society, bias exists in the data that you're feeding into the model, bias exists in the engineers who are building these systems, right? Each individual is unique and different and has a different worldview, different different parameters for judging things, right? And there are systemic biases as well, and all of these biases, it's a given that they get built into systems. The point is, how do we build or how do we develop tools or mechanisms which either mitigate or eliminate these biases, or at least check, and give you an alert that, hey, there is something going wrong out here, there is a bias out here. And the problem becomes even more complex when you look at more complexly layered and structured societies. India is a very good example of that. We have 22 official languages, right? So huge diversity in terms of people. We also have something which doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, which is something called a caste system, but which, as every Indian knows, deeply affects, who we are, what we are, how well we do in our lives, the kind of opportunities that we are given. All this is also informed by your caste, but that is something which is simply not captured in any data system. Our last caste census was done in the 1930s. So we don't have enough data to go by, but we know that this is a factor which brings in heavy bias into human decision making. And if you're trying to develop ML systems or AI systems which sort of replace that or build on that, these biases are going to get inbuilt. So the first challenge, I think, is in actually just bias detection. How do we build tools that can detect inherent biases within a system, and how do we sort of automate this process? So because the model is also evolving, right? That's a basis. That's a fundamental definition of an AI system. So it's also evolving as it grows. So how do we correct it as we go on? Any of you would like to go first? It's open to both panelists.
Nikhil, thank you. I have an example that I like to always illustrate because it matches perfectly with actually what you told us just about data and how these affect biases from all sources that you can control, actually. In insurance, we have often this problem of pricing for cars. In European countries, since a long time, we notice it a bias in gender, but is unexpectedly, but not so unexpectedly, males usually drive more badly than females. So they cause more accidents, so they're more expensive to insurance. So tendentially, we would prefer to, price higher insurance for males than for females, but this is discriminatory. So the solution was just to suppress. This is a technique. You suppress the variable. You build models without that variables that you think is discriminating. But actually, the point is that the fact that a driver is a male or female comes back in many, many ways that you cannot expect. For example, if someone decided to put the color of a car inside their model, that can discriminate, because we notice that certain types of car, models, colors are more typically of a certain gender than the other. So the point is, no matter what we do, biases will always leak inside our models. So the first thing is we have to be aware of biases. The second thing to create fair system is to know that we can have trade-offs, but we can never create a perfect fair system. First of all, because we always aim at performance, right? If we are making a model for credit rating or for pricing an insurance offer, actually we aim, of course, at bringing advantage to our organization. So we have a first constraint. Then we have adjunct constraints related to fairness. So for example, to protect certain groups. And we can have different, of course, objectives, because in terms of fairness, you can see it at multiple levels. For example, you can see it as, for example, preventing people not entering inside, for example, a positive group if they are not meant to, or, of course, to allow people who would be barred from algorithm from entering to enter instead. And these that are both fair aims actually are contrasting if you are working in model, site point of view. So as I was implying, it's a very difficult work, and it doesn't end with algorithms. It also starts with society pointing out what you should do in terms of fairness. So organizations, individuals have biases and purposes. Algorithm can enhance the biases that we have in data and in society. But the point is, we can, mitigate this by various tools, but it's always not enough. When you repair one part, another part will, of course, emerge as problematic. We should have a framework. We should have an objective that is provided us by government, by legislation that says you should trade your objectives in order to achieve this. So only in this case we will, head with a strong willingness and strong technicalities toward a fair solution, in my opinion. What do you think, Mikhail?
Yeah, thanks for that, Luca. Shmusen, do you want to say something before I come in?
No, no. In fact, I was going to ask you that, and also sort of, I think, the other thing, which strikes me very strongly is how much our own individual perspectives shape what we do. For instance, Lucas comes from a European perspective. The idea of Europe is actually predicated on fairness. The European Union was created as an artificial construct post-war to create a sort of rule-based system which treats people equally and fairly, gives everyone a say. So it's a very, very fundamental to the European way of thinking. India is quite different. So how do you see the differences happening out here in terms of the kind of society that we are, the kind of thinking that has shaped us, and how is that impacting on the work that is happening here? That's another dimension I would like to tack on to Luca's question to you.
Okay, I'll start from the original point that you asked about the tools, right? What tools can we do so that these biases are removed? And then you said, how it impacts from which society you're coming in. And obviously that's how we are all biased somewhere, because they're only, and it's just clear from in AI terms when I speak, I'm biased because there is a certain data set I'm exposed to in my lifetime. My decisions are based on the data set that I'm exposed to. And human decision making is exactly the same. We are biased. We are biased because we see a certain environment, and we have access to only a certain kinds of environment that we have lived, experienced, and we have not experienced it all. That's where human biases creep in. When people come from a certain remote village, and speaking of the caste example, they grow up in an environment where caste was very important for them. They grow in that environment where people were treating like that. All that was fed into their data, and their decision making goes exactly the same way. So human biases also creep from the same point that we are all that weak as humans, that we don't get exposure to the entire functioning of the world. So biases do exist from the place that you come in. Taking the first part of the question, tools. So now, when you speak of the tools, first is detect. You also asked about detecting the biases. Now, detecting in itself is a huge task, because usually what the bias would be is about underrepresented, areas and communities which normally would lose sight. So that means you need to have someone in the leadership, or the framework itself should be what are the outliers and what are the other things that we have not factored in before we deploy this model, because this can, so those are the checks and balances. Like you before you do a rollout, you do your QC. So the QC has to have these parameters. So the QC tool needs to be improved and say that what are the underrepresented areas that might not, that is not represented in the data that we have fed. And so from the society, like suppose, again going back to the, sorry, because I don't know if you know the Indian caste system, because a certain, we even figure out the biases are so ingrained that by our name kind of build an impression about the person even before we meet, because we kind of put him into a bucket. Okay, he's from this side, and that's how a lot of decision gets made. People work with only certain surnames and certain last names, and they have communities within that makes them easy. So on the tool side, what you need is whatever happens in the society, that is going to happen largely in this case also, for most of these common applications. So your tool needs to say that what is happening. Have you factored for all this right now? Have you done have we put all those use cases, margin use cases, and tested them against them before we roll out? And these must become an important step before it's rolled out. You cannot roll out because during the data, maybe they will complain that I did not get enough data, that's why it happened, but that's a different case. So the QC has a completely different angle. My company, my organization has to be fair. As an early adopter, as a rollout as a company, whoever is rolling out new technology also has leadership on him. Like Bill Gates said, with more power comes more responsibility. You got the power of AI first, you also are more responsible in the shape of the society that you would bring in. So these tools need to be enforced. One part, obviously, then the data side tools can also see that these marginal classes are included in the data. But I think it will happen from the QC side and go back practically running engineering teams for a very long period of time. This is what I think will happen practically. The other way around does not happen so much in engineering teams. So it comes back from the QC is one way, and then the second part of the societies that we come from, I kind of answered that it is because, again, the AI parlance, because that's all we have seen. So our decision making will mirror what we are exposed to in our lives. And Europe, the discussion is around all these topics. So the brain is fed with all those parameters, and each of the discussions they're thinking and talking about it. So it's used to it. It's used to thinking in those frames. Generally, we are not used to. We have different challenges that probably occupy our time. How do I make money? How do I pay my EMI? Or in a developing country, a lot of focus goes on these primary stuff, and that's what I'm for repeating, it's investigative journalism, it's mass media that has that power to take these emerging issues and bring them into the society, into discussion. This is the power that media holds. They can bring any topic into discussion. Otherwise, people are going to just be busy with their normal stuff. So in certain societies like ours, this is not going to come up for discussion so much. So the background, so how do we go into a fair world in future? By avoiding these things that we have in our physical worlds, is what I would say.
Yeah, I think that sort of raises another point, and that is basically you very you made an eloquent point about the need for public discussion and understanding and debate. That's how you evolve some of these as you go along. But there is also the regulatory aspect, because this is not something which the developer community is doing in isolation. There are lots of other stakeholders involved. There are the corporations which are basically you're developing these systems for. They have their own stakeholder ecosystem. Then you have the government, which is plays a different role out here, and regulators and lawmakers. To start with, have very poor understanding of this, but so they are applying their existing biases when it comes to framing regulation for this. And then there is, of course, the technology itself. For instance, Luca, you mentioned that in developing certain systems, say in insurance or finance, you deliberately say omit gender, right? Because you felt that this sort of tends to bias certain outcomes. But this can also be a regulatory requirement. Regulators, because of data privacy requirements, might say that you cannot include age or gender data in this. But that's a simple problem for an engineer to solve. They will use other data points to reverse engineer and fingerprint the gender or the approximate and fairly accurate age group of the user, right? So that's an engineering problem which they've solved in their sleep. So you got around the regulation. So we have to also look at what is the meaning and intent of the regulation and not the regulation per se, and how do we incorporate that into building systems. There is the other challenge, and I think that's a broader issue, I feel, for this entire tech community. I find, for instance, and I speak only from an Indian context out here, I find that by and large, the tech community tends to sort of ignore most of the other social upheavals and forces which are happening in the society around them. They're focused on the job at hand, their tasks, their challenges. but they're not really looking at, okay, yes, and they are all citizens, so probably they go out and vote, but other than that, they're not engaged in these kind of social debates, which are also shaping views and opinion, and also creating fresh biases, modifying earlier ones. So how do we also make the community? You talked about the role of media, but media can only play a certain part. Media can put the information out, but that information has to be consumed, and that's been my personal experience. I spent 30-40 years in journalism, and this is one particular community I found always difficult to address, because they're so inward looking, so unless I'm talking about something which interests them directly, they just tune out. And they're also very busy people. They tend to be very, very, intense, intense workers, and that tends to sort of overwhelm other things, the other inputs that come into their lives. So, you know. How do we fix this, Luca? I think you had mentioned the need for sort of education itself. How do we sort of build this into training of engineers? Uh, so it becomes part of the thinking process. This is something which is automatically included, and if it is a factor which is being considered ab initio, then it's not a problem you're solving after you hit a problem, but it's you already designed a solution within the model. So how do we do that?
Yes, actually, I really agree. Everywhere, tech communities are very focused on what we are doing. And in this high specialization, which is required because the field is running so fast, the technology is expanding at a very high speed, you really cannot keep pace with other parts of society. And sometimes you just focus narrowly on what you are doing and on striving for excellence in it. But of course, it's a balance. Technology is just one part of society, of our very highly specialized society. So one thing that I noticed as a requirement is that in education for technological people, we need a more humanistic approach. We need, to also illustrate ethics thematics, how technology impacts society. We need, to teach people that they can look at problems also under different perspectives. And this is very important because I cannot see in any program this part is still, something that is overlooked by many data science and engineering programs. And I will add another, instead, very practical experience of mine in my work is, okay, technology and tech people are very focused only on certain problems. So why don't we create interdisciplinary teams where tech people work together with people of different formation? For example, people having expertise on politics or on sociology. That will definitely help, for example, in implementing better systems, striving for technologically excellence, but also for fairness, for example, and for having a positive impact. Because what we do in the end, if it doesn't have a positive impact in society, is really meaningless.
Yes, Nikhil, I would like to you to build also on this in the Indian context. In India, as you know, we are very good at solving immediate problems. So, if you take the tech industry, maybe 20 years ago, there was a huge shortage of just basically computer engineers, and the industry solved that problem very, very quickly. The education sector, hundreds, thousands of institutions sprang up, and we started producing coding engineers on an assembly line basis, and that is now beginning to happen with AI. I know for a fact that there are at least half a dozen institutions in India which are already offering a bachelor's level degree in AI, right? But are these, have you been involved in discussions around what kind of curriculum that we should have? How do we this thing, because we can talk about building the tools, but how do we train the builders of tools? I think that's an issue that needs to be looked at as well. What do you think?
Yeah, so I've been involved in shaping curriculum for AI for multiple engineering colleges. I would say that we Indians are solving problems. What we are very good at solving and what gets our maximum focus is money. The moment we lose our profits on money, that becomes an important problem. So when the human labor problem that was solved, like we didn't have enough engineers, it was affecting their bottom line directly. They were not, because it was a service industry, they get paid by showing the number of seats they could fill. So you are doing a per seat billing. So the more number of people that you can bring into the organization, the more money you make. So money makes that problem on priority. You know, then despite that becoming important, so whenever people are going towards AI, if you ask most of them, they would say that's because I can make more money if I have an AI skill. So in a developing country, because most of the time you're judged, again that is a bias coming from the society, that you're judged based on the money wealth that you have, and the talk that happens, the glorification of multi-million dollar valuations and all of that, and so obviously everyone inside internally seeks validation in the society, that where do I stand in this whole humanity, what is my space, and everyone's still a child that's discovering its space. So when the society is rewarding money and money is more in AI and not being fair, I don't know how do you get this human to prioritize fairness. So that's why I still think it's more of the leadership and the people who control the mass, the agenda, what discussions come on scale. From once fairness starts coming there, tech, it will automatically drill down into the technology teams. Again, Lucas made a very interesting point, and I would think that is where it would go, because practically speaking, see, one thing I'll be fair, when you come into a tech team, you'll really realize why it is not possible. A techie is not always a bad guy. He's a good guy. Why is it? You might think it's his job to be fair, equally fair when he's building technology, but practically, fields are getting highly specialized, highly complex. It is actually getting beyond your mind's power to even solve that as a person. You need multiple people solving the technology piece itself. So I'll go back to Lucas where he said, the important thing is now you need to understand we are going towards a very complex solution world where all of this will come from teams. All of good products will come from good diverse teams where the team as a whole has all these things in the team. That if there's a person who's focusing on fairness, there's a person who's focusing on technology, there's a person focusing on profitability. So from a high level, the agenda to be driven is how do we get the fairness guys into the team, and not just the tech guys and the management who's focused on profitability, discussing how should our AI solution be designed. Because as leaders, we have this responsible that whatever solution goes into the world is also fair. So I will just extend to Lucas' points that building teams that way, which have this entire focus.
Yes.
And then further sensitizing will work. Obviously, the techie is also educated in a way that he's sensitive to that person coming in the team and saying that is all education can do. But it must be somebody's agenda
Right.
that a
Yeah,
solution must be.
absolutely. We are actually out of time, but there's a very quick last question that I'd like to pose to both of you, and which is that is there a possibility of democratizing this process, in the sense that we've been looking at problems and solutions within the limited community of the tech world and the developer community, and we say, all right, we build appropriately skilled teams, we bring in external, we bring in other sensitivities and viewpoints into the team so that the solutions are structured properly. But how about, is there a scope for a larger participation in this, in terms of sort of public debate, public participation, a democratic approach to this problem solving? Just a quick answer.
In my opinion, yes. In my experience, I always found that the problems that we look for solving actually, most probably, have been solved also elsewhere. Most often, we are solving problems that humanity has already solved. We are just too focused on our, narrow mindset, narrow problems, narrow environment. We should look more openly. So democratizing is the right way.
Thank you. Nikhil?
So
Final
what I'll
thoughts.
say is, surely it's all about democratizing. We need to democratize. So in that, further, what I want to add is a point that I just lost a point because someone spoke. Give me a minute. So you said democratizing is the way. One way is Linux Foundation and large open source organizations. They control a lot of power on developers. Like today, Linus Torvalds, we all kind of treat him like God. Honestly speaking, I mean, a lot of respect for him. And for a very long period of time, he used to enforce the quality of code, the structure that can come, that is accepted. I mean, he's still doing that. But then people started poking at and not properly submitted drivers are still pushed into the system. Now, if at that level, when you submit something, because a lot of work is still a derivative of open source. A lot, trust me, whole lot is open source. At that point, if you enforce that, I will also have somebody checking for the fairness. Then, the point that you're saying, Srinivasan, that comes in. That is where I can see that you can have a meet. Because in the corporate rooms also, much of it is a derivative of the open source. What is built is what people start using it and then building on top of it. So at this point, I see some hope that these foundations are very ethical people, also very good people. If it starts from there, they hold a lot of power on a lot of people. So I think that is one area apart from the media and the leadership, political leadership, obviously. But this is another one.
I think that's a fantastic point, Nikhil. I think open source development of fairness, and a bias checkers in the system. I think that's a fantastic idea to take forward. Thank you so much for sparing the time and joining us today. It's been really wonderful talking to you both, and I personally have learned a lot. I'm sure that our audience has taken away many, many points to think over. Thank you once again. Over to you, Venkatesh.
Thank you so much, Srini and Nikhil and Luca. That was an outstanding conversation. Thanks for helping us navigate this really knotty issue of fairness. And I say naughty, I mean KNOTTY, not naughty. But we'll take more examples on this, on the topic of AI and ethics. Particularly, there's this trolley problem, right? Which says that there's a train that's going on a trolley and there are five people working on the train tracks ahead, and then there is the option of not braking, but there is another line that is moving towards the side, and the train can be diverted to that line. But the only problem is that line has one person working on the track. So the terrible choice becomes, should you kill one person to save five people? And that is something we talk about a lot when we speak about AI and ethics, especially when we talk about autonomous driving. There are many such examples. So we are going to talk about that in the last session of the day. But now I'm extremely excited to talk about to introduce the next session, AI's role in preserving culture and improving accessibility to the disadvantaged. For that, please welcome Govindraj Ethiraj, the founder at Boom. He was in conversation with Girish Venkatramani, who's the director at Cruise. Through the use of high-end AI applications, he aims to tackle low-level hardware constraints imposed really on people. So really, this is about preserving culture and improving accessibility. Let's take that conversation away.
For good. History is written by conquerors or victors, but increasingly people ask if history is also being written by those who write smart algorithms or those with the smartest understanding of artificial intelligence. And that can indeed play a role in what you eventually see or consume, particularly in the digital age. So how do we address this? And what are the ways to ensure in some ways that AI can really play a role for good and to ensure that history and culture is surfaced in the manner that it does best for society and for future generations. So that's the question that I'm going to pose to someone who's spending a lot of time, energy, and effort working on this in the United States. I'm pleased to welcome Girish Venkatramani, director with Cruise. Earlier worked with NVIDIA and MathWorks. Girish is also a PhD in electrical and computer engineering from Carnegie Mellon, and much earlier from BITS Pilani right here. So Girish, thank you very much for joining us. It's AM in California where you are, and PM in India. So pleasure to speak to you. So tell us about how when you talk about AI and culture, and before we come to how it works and why we should be talking about it, what got you interested in this particular branch?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting stage we are in our times, right? Like if you think about it, AI as a methodology really got into the mainstream probably like 6, 7 years back, right? Like we've had AI as a concept and as an idea for several decades. It's not until recently that we've actually harnessed its power. And, like we are still discovering ways in which AI can be really effective and useful to our society. And there's a lot of ways it can disrupt us, but there's also a lot of potential for AI. I mean, it started with simple things like, identify people, animals, and whatnot, image classification. That was like the first big problem AI solved for us. And from there, we moved on. We kind of felt like we now understand very well how to identify objects. That's like a great thing. Moved on to how we can apply that understanding. And then we now at a stage where we started to work a lot with speech and conversation. And that is also evolving in how we use that technology. And now we are seeing AI kind of start to get into these multidisciplinary aspects, right? Like, so where I work at Cruise is an example of that: self-driving cars, autonomous vehicles, AI-driven robotics of all nature, like in warehousing, it's becoming very common. And these are kind of like not a simple, like, tell me what's in the image kind of problem, but it's more multidisciplinary where we're trying to solve problems. And I think where we can really make an impact. I care a lot about history and culture, and I'm very interested in how we can witness it, understand it, and also kind of share our understanding with the rest of those around us. And I think, I personally believe that's a good thing for society all. How can AI help us there? So that is the fundamental question we're at. And I think there's a few ways we can think about this problem, right? Like, so AI to preserve is a obvious kind of preserve our cultural heritage is an obvious direction, and there's a lot of good work being done. So AI can be very good at what we call predictive maintenance, right? Like predictive maintenance is like when and everything dies in the end, right? Like everything is going to kind of find its way to a end, including our art and architecture, especially. So predictive maintenance is the idea that you can actually restore something, and you know when is the right time to actually invest in that. So with architecture, there is a huge opportunity to be able to keep our culture intact. We're talking about architecture, buildings, or great heritage pieces of heritage from a millennium ago, right? Like, so this is actually happening in China for right now, where we are using all kinds of technologies like drones and whatnot to be able to map out 3D models of the Great Wall of China in areas where it's not possible to access the wall, where the terrain is very difficult to get to, and we are able to kind of build accurate models that can tell us when restoration work might be needed. And that's a great example of the use of AI, and this is true not just for China, but also any great monument we have, whether it's in India or rest of the world. So I think that's a really great opportunity where we can use AI to preserve a culture. And then, of course, we can go on to digitization, which is like a huge effort across the world in all the museums, and being able to kind of bring art and culture to billions of people who don't have access to it, right? And then there is the third dimension, I think, where we have this concept of AI as the creator itself, right? Like, so if you've seen NVIDIA's promo videos, you'll have this robot talk about the music it created or the artwork it created, AI as a creator. And so that's an example of where we are replacing humans as a creative entity. But we can also use AI as empowering the creator. So there's a choice we can make. So there's a whole world of opportunities in how we can use AI to better preserve and enhance our culture. I think we're just at the beginning. We've not done too much, and there's a long way to go.
You talked about the physical applications of AI in the context of culture and restoration of
Mhm.
heritage. So on the Great Wall of China is a great example because it's so huge and so long that to know what's happening where and then use, let's say, drones to map it, then AI on top of it to understand it better. So that's one example. But let's talk about the history as is preserved in textbooks and now being digitized or has been digitized, and
Mhm.
what really comes up. So, for instance, if I were to Google Taj Mahal,
Mhm.
what will I see? And
Mhm.
what will I see today versus what will I see maybe 5 or 10 years later, which is, let's say,
Yeah,
someone, the next generation.
yeah,
And
yeah.
how are we
Mhm.
thinking about that?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think right now what we have is simple, photographs and imagery of monuments that we've kind of taken over the last many decades and millennium, right? Like, so that's kind of what we have in history is like the kind of the in the past kind of moments that we've captured and we've archived. What AI can do is provide a much more immersive experience, right? Like, so imagine that you're living in a little village in South America, and you would probably never visit India, but you're enthralled by architecture. How about if we can provide a more immersive augmented reality or virtual reality experience of the monument? So you can actually do a virtual tour of it. I mean, we are still very far from it. So a lot of great work on AR, VR going on in some of the big tech companies today. The realization of that is to be seen, right? Like, so there is the immediate applications of it, and in 5, 10 years, I do believe that there is a big incentive for these companies to invest in how we can provide. So AR, VR, AI, technology, digitization, they all go hand in hand. So if you remove any one piece, the whole thing falls down, right? Like, so we need to bring it all together to be able to give that immersive experience. So you don't have to travel to location on site for whatever reason it's even been destroyed, let's say. If we can actually create a full digital mapping, a 3D model of it, we have preserved it in technology,
Right.
so to say, not in our minds. So yeah.
Right. And how do you ensure that the integrity of this exercise is preserved so that people see things for what they were or
Yeah,
are and then form an
yeah,
opinion, as opposed
right.
to letting the opinion override what may have been historical fact?
Yeah, yeah, that's a great question. And it's a hard question to answer, right? Like, so obviously we need regulatory bodies, we need some way of certifying these models. And in some sense, AI can provide that ability to kind of do a kind of a checker, right? Like a checker of whether this there's a golden model and your model, does it fit what we know about it, right? Because there are ways we can do that, but frankly, I think it requires more human intervention at that point, and we need our UNESCO-like bodies to kind of invest in that to certify and regulate how we preserve culture. Absolutely, I think that is a necessary element in this, and we can see that even today, right? Like if you take Wikipedia, it's a great example how we've regulated it, self-regulated it. There is no one body, but there is a very stringent mechanism. You can't put in any facts into Wikipedia and get away with it, right? Like it has a very strong way of kind of understanding who's adding content to it, how it's reviewed and how it's peer reviewed, and then finally published, right? Like, so we have some mechanisms we can learn from, but we will have to do that with art and culture in the future, for
Right.
sure.
So let me bring you back to the technology and the skills that one needs. You worked in NVIDIA and you work in Cruise. I mean, you're on the cutting edge. culture and art will not necessarily, unless it's a passion for someone like you, draw the best talent into this field, nor will it
Yeah.
get the most resources. So, how are we going
Yep.
to attack this in your mind, or how do you envision this?
Yeah, I think it will only take. It needs a strong will from our from those who have the abilities, right? Like, so we know, for example, Google, Microsoft, Carnegie Mellon, a few esteemed institutions are in fact investing in this area, and there is an incentive for them to do so. So we can even step back, right? Like we know there is like bias in AI, and that's what worries me more than anything else. Like, if we take a simple aspect of language itself, right? Language is something is a part of our culture. But language is also disappearing every day. Like there are obscure languages which nobody's going to talk anymore, right? Like we can take Sanskrit in India itself, right? Like, yeah, it's preserved and a lot of people know it, but not as many as we would expect, being the kind of one of the first languages in this country. And similarly, around the world, there are languages which are not even, don't even have a script, which are starting to disappear. How do we preserve that? AI can play a great role in kind of making sure that we preserve our culture, and take language for that example. So I feel like a big part of this comes back to bias, right? Like, so your AI models are only as good as the data you have. If your AI models will perform as well as as good as the data you have. The problem is, if you take culture, most of the data we have is probably biased towards Western or content that's been put online, but from places where people can afford it, right? Like, so these obscure languages, you don't have enough data, and it takes a willingness from companies and organizations which have the capability and the resources to be able to go find that data and add it to data sets that can be accessible. It takes a lot. I mean, there's no two ways about it. We need our big tech companies to take on some of these more humanitarian kind of directions, right? Like we cannot. I don't think art has always suffered from this. Art and culture has suffered from the fact that it is not very capitalistic. So how do we create incentive for companies to invest in democratizing data? And I think that's where it comes down to that. If we can create enough archival data, then the AI models will come. So it starts with data, in my opinion.
As you look at India and as you look at potential projects that could harness the power of artificial intelligence in the context of culture and history again, what comes to your mind?
Well, definitely, I think the restoration projects is critical, right? Like India has a lot of monuments that are millions of years old, and we are constantly up against that. So see, at the end of the day, the resources we can put into any one in a project is limited. So how can we make it most, especially in India, where there is so many languages, so many literary gems and books, in terms of books and poems and artwork and whatnot, and they're all in so many different locations, maybe small libraries in small towns to big museums in metropolitan cities. I think there is an opportunity to do something what has been tried in Europe once, which is a massive effort to coordinate our data, right? Again, like, how do we bring data as the first order entity? We need to start there before we even bring in AI. So being able to collect data in all forms. So if you take one object, let's say the Taj Mahal, as you brought up, we can actually have our drones and cameras take as much footage to kind of create our 3D models. We have archival footage and pictures and photographs. We have books written about it. We have content around Taj Mahal in so many different forms. How are we going to connect them together, right? Like, that's the first question. And that requires us to kind of create the databases and cross-calibrate against them. And that's where AI can play a big role. So first is collection of data. It has to be a massive data collection exercise, which goes to every museum, every library, every monument we have in India, and start to digitize that content. And once we can get to that massive source of data, then we can start to apply models to cross-calibrate them and really have a full understanding of the history of India. And if we can do that well, we can even kind of have a sense of what it was when the Taj Mahal was being built. What, based on our knowledge of what has happened by reading the books that we have, we can actually recreate the story of Taj Mahal in a really honest way. I mean, we have the opportunity to do that. But yeah, it takes a lot of willingness and resources, and needs to be funded by the government, by the big tech industries who have the talent to be able to pull off something like this.
Right. And are there any projects that you're involved with, even where you are right now, which could inspire us in some ways or give us some ideas about how this could be done? And I'm aware, while I was reading up, that there are some non-profit initiatives which are trying to do this. But
Yeah.
do you see that coming elsewhere?
Yeah, I think that is the only way we are doing it right now, through non-profit, right? The problem with non-profit is, AI is hard, right? Like, to actually know how to build good AI models is not simple, and you need to have the right talent, and the right talent who can do this for you are in big tech companies or in the market where they're needed. So I think I see a fundamental disconnect there. How can we encourage our AI talent in the tech industry, whether in India or in the US, to kind of contribute towards these events? So my company, for example, and many other companies, like I said, Microsoft, Google, they all do this. There is there are these projects like the 1% project, right? Like, so set aside 1% of your company's revenues for these kind of more humanitarian and social projects, right? That, and how we use the money could be decided differently. So we have to encourage our company. So Cruise is involved in this, and we've, it's not specifically in the realm of culture, but we kind of did help get food and resources to the needy during the pandemic, right? Like, we used our vehicles to kind of do multiple million food deliveries, right? Like, so we had the ability, and we set aside some, perhaps some revenue which may not be significant to these companies, but really significant in the realm of these humanitarian projects. And that's how I see this this starting, right? Like, it needs the willingness of these companies to say, okay, we're going to provide some resources and some talent, which can help these nonprofits and government initiatives to kind of start up a really ambitious project. And I think that's the beginning.
Right. And last question, Girish. So, as you got pulled into this world, which is a little different from your day job, so to speak, or perhaps is a little different, was there any specific monument or project that attracted your attention, and which, in some ways, for you is your holy grail, so to speak, in an AI holy grail?
Yeah. Well, there's many things, right? Like, definitely, I love great architecture, and I remember one of the Frank Lloyd Wright is one of my really revered architects that I followed, and I've kind of visited many of his sites. And I remember, so I was living in Pittsburgh in Carnegie Mellon when I was doing my PhD, and there was this place about an hour away from Pittsburgh called Falling Water. I mean, it's a great piece of architecture where,
I've seen pictures.
Yeah, right? Like, so Falling Water is so special. I mean, I think Frank Lloyd Wright did this all the time, but he really tries to create architecture that blends in with the environment that it's in. So there's these woods and this river flowing by, and he created this house, which is almost, you could miss it if you were hiking by, right? Like so, but it had all these cantilevers and these trees which would appear into your living room and whatnot. Beautiful architecture, great concept, but not very sustainable, right? Like every time you go there, there is some kind of restoration project going on, right? So how often do we do that? And that's something which which has always been on my mind. And I come to India, and of course, if you go into our Ajanta caves or Elephanta caves, we constantly see the need for restoration, right? Like especially where there is no light and where there is the air is different, your sculptures will start to deteriorate. So I do have an interest in our sculptures and architecture, so I gravitate towards that. And we can go to Red Fort, for example. That's another example of where I think restoration is badly needed. So we can every kind of monument I visit, I feel, wow, this is great, but I wonder how it was the year it was built, right? Like there is a difference, and we know there is a difference. How well are we restoring it? Are we restoring it per the vision of what it was created on? That's always a question for me. So I'd love to see us play a role in better preservation from that perspective.
Right, and that's a wonderful question to ask. What was it like when it was really built, and what can AI do today to help us better understand that and
Yeah,
connect us better with
exactly.
our past and thus our future? On
Yes,
that note,
indeed.
Girish, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for having me, Govind. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was an interesting conversation with Girish and Govind. And I for one was thinking about that question as well, about what it would be like to experience through AI technology the creation of monuments and look at culture in the right context. Of course, there's a huge controversy there as to whether we will be tampering with history by doing so. And again, as we say at the end of every conversation in this summit, this is an ongoing conversation, and we're a part of it, you're a part of it, and we will continue to have this conversation offline, online, and in other events as well as we bring them to you. Right. On this note, I would like to introduce the next topic. Govind again in conversation with Ibrahim Haddad, who's joining us from San Francisco. Mr. Haddad is the executive director of LFAI and Data Foundation, and he's helped build sustainable open source AI and data. He believes in working towards supporting open source communities, developers, and companies through AI in tackling the various challenges in industry and technology. So it's up next with that conversation.
Also leads the LFAI and Data Foundation that supports and sustains development and innovation in open source artificial intelligence and data. And this work and the work of LFAI and Data as a whole supports companies, developers, and the open source community in identifying and contributing to AI and data projects that address the challenges of industry. Dr. Haddad used to earlier work with Samsung Electronics as VP of R&D, and earlier in Samsung as head of open source divisions. He's also worked in the past, before that, with well-known brands like Ericsson, HP, Motorola, and Palm. And Palm is always an interesting brand to hear about, which has obviously played an important role, but may not be around today. Ibrahim, thank you very much for joining us. So let me start off with a sort of simple question. So tell us about the work that you're doing in the context of AI and some of the examples that you could give us in how your work is intersecting with the world of AI and the challenges or the needs of what we are seeing outside.
Yes, of course. First, thank you very much for having me, and I'm really excited to be having this discussion with you. So my role at the Linux Foundation is two parts. The first one is focusing on bringing in projects and supporting our members. We have over 1,600 members from across the globe that support our mission and want to enable a stronger and more productive and more integrated open source ecosystem. The second part of my role is exclusively focusing on managing and running the LF AI and Data Foundation. So we are a nonprofit organization under the Linux Foundation umbrella. And our goal is to support development and innovation in the open source AI and data space. And that consists of really hundreds of projects coming from thousands of companies with hundreds of thousands of contributing developers. So we focus on bringing in key critical projects in that ecosystem, hosting them in the foundation, providing them with a number of services that helps their developer be more productive, provide services in relation to legal, marketing, event, and many other types of services. And our goal is to make sure that these projects have the support they need so that they can grow their development and they become kind of featured de facto standards in their own specific subcategories. So this is kind of the general work we do, and we work with dozens and really hundreds of companies and projects across the globe.
Right. And tell us about, or if you could perhaps illustrate with some examples of the kind of work that you are doing in the AI space, and both on the need as well as on the supply side.
Sure, thank you. So I think, there are a lot of examples we can throw in, and I think the one that will really make a connection with a lot of people watching this may be the topic of ethical AI. So as you know, there are a lot of AI technologies being infused and integrated in products and services. If you look at our modern infrastructure today, from the movies that are recommended to you on Netflix, or how Google picks what to shows you on your browser, or any of the thousands of examples we can give you, consumers always have the concern about the ethical side. Are the AI technologies I'm using or presented to me, are they fair? Are they trusted? Can we trust them? Is there any bias made into this? And today, there are a lot of these technologies also incorporated in banking and finance and insurance and so on. So when you go to apply for a loan, there's actually an AI algorithm determining if you're eligible for a loan and at what interest and so on. So ethical AI is a really critical topic, and this is very important for us as a foundation. We have a specific committee dedicated to focus on the topic of trusted AI, with dozens of organizations contributing to this effort. We recently published a paper on the repeat principle. We call them basically 8 critical principles that any AI technology must respect to make sure that the end user of the technology has a trusted AI output that they can use without concern on privacy, without concern on security, without concern of anything being manipulated in the process, and making sure that the model or the data on which the model is presenting the results are trusted, and they're not manipulated in any way, shape, or form. So we have, for instance, on the trusted AI, we have the path focusing on guidelines and principles, and also we back that up with technical work. So we hosted 3 critical projects globally, really, in that domain that address these principles from a practical perspective. Meaning, it's great to say that we want models to be fair and we want no bias, but how can you actually prove there is no bias when you're dealing with algorithms that consist of thousands and thousands of lines of code? So we have specific frameworks that are implemented to actually check for these things. So it's really a very exciting topic, because there is a lot of need in the space for trusting AI and making sure that really it is what it is. There are kind of no hidden Easter eggs, And at the same time, we're addressing this by providing guidance on the guidelines, on the policies, and also providing projects that actually implements these. So anyone out there can actually download our projects. They're open source and run them and do this verification on their own as well.
Right, and banking and insurance is a very important example, and there have been some investigations, for instance, which have looked into how banks are configured or have configured their AI algorithms to serve the kind of products that you've talked about. So how does one go deeper into it, and how does one engage with, let's say, a provider in a way that it's not seen as confrontational, and in a way that you're actually seen to be being a solution provider?
Yes. So I will focus more on our side of the equation, what happens in the foundation, but I'm going to give you kind of a very basic example to illustrate the problem. So let's say you have an AI algorithm that determines, for instance, how much insurance coverage you're eligible for. So as a test, you can feed the system the same information about two families or the person, say myself, same information, age, income, family size, type of job, everything equal. However, you change only one thing in the equation, which is your zip code or where you live. And then suddenly everything goes wrong in terms of one person gets an insurance coverage at $1 million and the other one gets $100,000. Okay. So why, right? So there has to be a bias built in these algorithms somewhere. So from our perspective as a foundation, we believe a lot of these problems can actually be solved and addressed, but it requires more than just one company to solve them. And this is why you need a trusted environment, a nonprofit organization. So we don't have a product, we don't provide services, we don't support one company versus the other. We are a neutral space where you can think of us as the UN of technology in that sense. A lot of companies come and work together collaboratively under our umbrella to address these different challenges. So typically, if you look at our members, they actually compete in the market space. On a commercial basis, they're competing day in and day out. But when they come into the foundation, they collaborate. And This is really essential because we're dealing with problems that a company on its own cannot solve. It needs that kind of global approach and that collaboration across dozens and hundreds of companies. And since we're talking about ethical AI, I think one really interesting thing that we've done, and I'm sharing this with you, and kind of to show you kind of the nuances, is that when you talk about what's ethical AI, people in North America have a different view on what's right and what's ethical versus people in Europe. And also people in Asia have a different view on ethical AI. And that's really presented and very visible when you look at national policies. So if you look at the US and you see the national policies and the different mandates and the different support and programs given to AI and ethical AI, they're somewhat different than what China is doing in the space, and of course different than what the EU and the EU Commission is doing in that space. So one of the things we've done is we made sure that we have organizations participating with us from all these different geographies, and even at the level of leadership, we have 3 co-chairs for the committee, one coming from Europe, one from Asia, and one from North America, to make sure that we bring in these different views and we come up with a common denominator across all these different geographies, because our goal is adoption. If we're able to come up with principles and technical projects that test and verify and certify these different principles, but nobody is adopting them, then it's useless work. So what we want to make sure is we have and we capture that common denominator across these different countries, different geographies, so that actually people have buy-in into them and actually adopt them, and the end result is going to be positive for everyone.
Right, and tell us about your work in convincing organizations to be part of this effort, particularly in the Indian subcontinent or India, if you've had the occasion.
Yeah, of course. So actually, Tech Mahindra is an example of a company that's not only participating in LFAI, they were actually a founder, one of the 9 founding companies that created LFAI and data under the foundation. And I think the reasons why company would participate with us and support our mission, or when we approach company, why would they join us, really depends on a company per company basis. And I will get back to you on the Tech M or Tech Mahindra kind of approach, given the location of the event and possibly the interest in Tech M. But generally, companies join us because they see that our mission is something that they feel strong about. They would want to have a strong open source AI ecosystem. They want to have more projects in the ecosystem. They want to have these projects integrated together, and they want to see these projects have an open governance that is not controlled by a single entity. So when projects come to the foundation, we basically, at the foundation, we have admin rights on all the project accounts. We do a transfer of the trademark, so the trademark is never used in any debates or kind of arguments with other companies. We provide all the legal services, and we basically protect the project, and we run it regardless whether the founders of the company are with the projects anymore or not. So the project will continue, and we are kind of the custodians of the project. Other companies join us because they want to host projects with us. They have this project, and this is an example of TechM, where they collaborated with AT&T mobile operator in the US, on a project called Acumus. And they decided that, hey, this project Acumus, is a great innovation and technology, but we would like to make it open source and make it part of that technology ecosystem and bring other players to it and grow its developer impact and development community. So they brought in the project into the foundation, they hosted with us, and today we have at least around 12 to 15 different organizations that are actively contributing to Acumus, and we have a steering committee that represents the different participants. And today, Tech M or Tech Mahindra or AT&T are just one company out of many that decide on the project. So it becomes kind of a truly open source project. And other companies, they use our technologies in their offerings, products, and services, and they want to make sure that these projects continue to exist and have the essential funding they need to operate, to serve their infrastructure and the various elements they need to succeed. So they join us to support the funding of these projects. So companies, really, if you are in the domain of AI and data, open source AI and data, and you're invested in using these projects or contributing to these projects, it's really a very easy decision for you to decide, hey, I want to join LFAI and data and support that mission. And joining the foundation, we have different tiers of membership. So it starts at $5,000 per year. So it's not meant as a way to make it hard for companies to join. I personally, although this is kind of counterintuitive, of course, I would love companies to join in and fund and support us with $100,000 per year. But I'm equally happy to see companies joining, even if it was at $5,000 per year, because that shows will, that shows intent, and it helps us kind of grow our community regardless of how much they're able to contribute to our foundation.
Right. And, if I were to ask you to say that, as you look ahead, let's say if you look at 2022, what would be the 2 or 3 big AI challenges that you would work on? And I think you already touched upon some of them in the context of ethical AI, in the context of, let's say, a consumer service like Netflix, or a banking service, or a financial services industry broadly. But as you look ahead, what do you see?
So this looks like an interview during New Year, because around New Year, people do predictions. So there are a lot of challenges. Some of them, actually, the most category of challenges are not something you would solve in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, there are challenges that have been going for many years and will continue to go. So looking into 2022 and beyond, for the next few years, of course, the trusted AI issue is a major issue, and it's not going to be solved in a year or two. That's kind of an ongoing and repeating pattern for the next few years. There's a new domain, not as new, but ML ops. that's been known to be kind of a challenge. A lot of efforts are being established to address the tooling for the end-to-end workflow and make it integrated in the developer operation and so on. But there's kind of a fork of that, if you wish, that we call data ops. And we recently launched a committee that addresses this with basically similar to ML ops, but focused on the data aspect. So we need to have tools for the manipulation of data, for tagging data, for addressing the privacy and security in relation to data, and integrating all of that within the developer workflow. Other challenges would be in relation to computing power. So the more powerful our hardware gets, the more power we need. So this is like feeding the dragon. It's never ending. So having access to additional computing power is kind of an ongoing theme. Other challenges are related to data. For instance, the more data you have, the less obvious it becomes. How am I going to derive specific insights from this insane amount of data that will help me improve my business? So for instance, we're talking to mobile operators who have 300 million subscribers. Some of them have over 1 billion subscribers. And of course, you can extrapolate from in which country a mobile operator can have 1 billion plus subscriber. But basically, these companies are collecting data in the terabytes, every millisecond. So you have this vast amount of data. And the challenge is, how do we derive insights that will help us improve our operation, improve our customer service, improve our network configuration, et cetera, et cetera. And one challenge that you touched upon and in the opening of your statement was in relation to hiring talent. So today, you have this booming sector of AI, machine learning, and there is really a war that is happening every day, 24 hours a day, which is talent war. Companies competing against each other to attract talent specific to this domain. And this is kind of an invitation for everyone listening to this call. If you're a student, if you're a graduate student, have a look at this domain because the hiring potentials are really incredible. So there are really a lot of challenges, as and we can go on, but these are kind of the ones that come to mind, and a lot of them will require kind of a multi-year effort to get to a point where you can say that we address that issue or that challenge, or we're on the verge of resolving it.
Right, and I'm going to come to one of my last questions on AI governance and creating structures for AI governance. But before that, our work is in the area of fighting misinformation, and we work with technology platforms or social technology platforms to do that. What's your sense about the work that's going on there, and what could we do better using the skills or the work that's already going on at your foundation?
Yes, thank you. That's a very interesting question because it touches on current events in a way that's that's happening. So in a very transparent way, I have no idea what's going on there because a lot of these efforts, not a lot actually, all of them are proprietary. Meaning if you look at social media companies, we have no idea how they're fighting misinformation. I mean, they say and they claim they are doing a lot of efforts in the space, but we as non-employees of these different organizations, we have no visibility into how they're doing this. And this is really an open invitation to any organization engaging in such an effort that it would be really a good idea to consider doing this effort in a much more transparent and open source way, because then you gain a lot more credibility, and then at the same time you will collect a lot of feedback and have the support of a lot of smart people that can help you do that. So think of it, can any company out there go and hire all the smart people within any given domain, even if you're like the Apple or the Google or the Amazon or, and you're $1 trillion company, you cannot go and hire all the smart people that will help you solve a given problem. So what's the best way to tap into that collective intelligence and to access the skills of these different people that are not working for you in your company? The best way to do that is via open source. Establish open source practices, establish open source projects that address that specific topic, and then gather industry around you to help you solve it. Because this is not just a single company problem. This is really a problem at a global scale, and not a single company can address it on its own. So for instance, since we're talking social media, of course, Facebook comes to mind, Twitter comes to mind. So why not, and many other platforms as well, they're not as popular or as large as these main two, but it would be really interesting if there is an effort led by social media companies, an open source effort to address this topic using an implementation of various AI algorithms that is open source. And then you'll be able to tap into the massive resources available globally. And of course, in the process, gain credibility that you're actually very sincere in resolving this issue in a very open and transparent way. So from our perspective, as a foundation, we host 34 different projects that are focused on different aspects of AI from end to end. And these projects are run under an open governance. Everything is open about our project, not just the code, all the meetings, all the mailing lists, the interactions, everything about the project is open, and these projects can provide building blocks. So you can think of when you're building a solution for any given problem, you think of, for instance, Legos. You need these different pieces of solutions that you integrate together, and then you have a solution to a given problem. So we are providing different building blocks for different possible solutions that exist. So if you need the training framework, we have that. If you need the machine learning platform, we already have that as an open project. If you need specific project to address the topic of bias in models and data, or to address the issue of trust in AI, we have different technological project that can be implemented as part of your solution. If you're looking for any type of domain technology, if you would like to track lineage of data, where these different data sets are coming from, what changes happen to them, by whom at any given stage, we have a project that helps you solve that. So we provide these different technology building blocks that companies can come in and use them and integrate them in their solutions. And this is kind of part of what we do in helping address and making technology available, technology that is neutral, hosted in a nonprofit organization without a commercial purpose, with commercial or profit seeking outcome.
Right. And that's very useful to know. So, which in a way brings me to my next question. So, organizations who start in collecting data, interacting with consumers, and grow, how do they build a AI governance network or a AI governance approach? As they start out, and as you know, before you know it, you've already reached 100 million consumers. You've collected terabytes of data, and sometimes all of that happening every second, as you just pointed out.
Yes. So this is a very interesting issue because it's not kind of a company level only. Meaning, even if you look at governments, there are countries across the globe, and last time I checked, there were about 45 countries globally out of about 180 or so that have national policies specifically related to this topic. And even some countries have established positions within the government for officials that foresee this. In addition, there are in some countries there are ministers of AI, and they're focusing on this topic. And then, of course, you go from kind of the national level to the province or to the state level, and then, of course, at a private level, meaning companies. So a lot of companies today, similar to governments, they collect data and they're sitting on really insane amount of data that is being incremented by the second. And for that, they typically have different policies in place within the company, and they've possibly implemented or they are using open source tooling to manage the data, to tag the data, to sort it, to anonymize it, because obviously there are a lot of personal information, whether it's your medical records, whether it's your cell phone information, because it's not just who you call, it's just the text you get, your location as you move with your phone, the different apps, the data collected by the apps. And then suddenly, if you take 30 seconds to think of the different interactions you have with your phone, all of these interactions have footprints. And these footprints are basically data points that are being collected and stored somewhere. And what we're calling for really is a lot of transparency and the adoption of the open source methodology and open source tooling, especially when it comes to privacy and security. And if you look 20 years ago, when the telecom industry was being disrupted by open source, a lot of the kind of reactions were, we are kind of a special industry, we have a lot of regulations, and we cannot just adopt open source. There are a lot of requirements, et cetera, technological requirements, non-technological requirements. And then fast forward 20 years today, all of the telecom infrastructures across the globe are actually running on Linux and open source networks, different technologies, right? And the same thing applies to even today. If you look at the finance industry, which is highly regulated industry, it's being disrupted by open source. And there are even, we host a foundation that actually specifically address that thing. Automotive, the automobile industries, same thing. So there are nothing really special about anybody or any specific industry. And what has proven is that the open source approach actually works. It has worked 20 years ago for many industries. It's worked 5 years ago for finance plus industry. It worked for the automotive industry. Today, when you go and you drive a Tesla, it's being powered by many open source technologies being embedded in it. So to go to your question, a lot of these companies are collecting data, and I think having officers involved in the organization overseeing what's going on within the company is a great step. Having policies to govern the aspect of data is great, but then also you have the aspect of tooling and to manipulate and use this data, and also you have the aspect of sharing. So imagine if you are a hospital and you do 50,000 scans per year for lung cancer, or for any kind, any type of specific disease that as a humanity we're trying to solve. How useful would it be if you take these different information, about the X-rays you've done or the MRIs you've done, and associate them with a positive or negative result and make them available so that doctors in other countries, when they come across something similar, they create a correlation that this may be leading to a cancer, or this is stage 1 or stage 2 and C or stage 3, and multiply that by the millions of hospitals we have across the globe. So that type of data is extremely, extremely important. And the challenges around it is sharing it, and for that, we actually, at the Linux Foundation, we resolve the challenge of licensing. So we have created what we call the CDLA version 2 today license, which is specific license that is dedicated to sharing data. And the second aspect of it is all the tools that make sure that there's no personal information and that the transaction of data from one source to another is kind of secure. So from a commercial perspective, companies are doing a lot of efforts, as I mentioned, but what I would urge them to do is consider an open approach to solving a lot of these issues they come across. And I'm sorry, I took a long time to answer, but this is really an important topic. So thank you for giving me time to.
Right. No, thank you so much. I think, the arc from Tesla on one end to sharing medical records or data on medicine so that people can actually benefit and lives could be saved is really indeed a fascinating one, and sort of, I think, sums up the conversation very beautifully. On that note, it's been a pleasure speaking to you, and thank you so much for joining me, Dr. Ibrahim Hadid, Vice President of Strategic Programs at the Linux Foundation, also leading the LF AI and Data Foundation that supports and sustains development and innovation in open source artificial intelligence and data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for the staff that are in the background helping us with this. All the best.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much, Govind and Ibrahim. And that means we're now in the home stretch. We have one keynote left and one panel. And I'm going to introduce the keynote that's coming up next. We have Trapti Kalra joining us from Gurgaon, and she'll help us look into Edge AI and delve deep into its trust enhancing aspect. So that's the panel on the enhancing solutions, trust enhancing solutions. Trapti Kalra is an artificial intelligence leader whose interest in the field of research and academics has led to expertise in the field of neurosciences and AI. Welcome, Trapti, and it's over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the welcome, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to present some of the work we've been doing, which is very much related to what Boom does, right? It's fact checking. So today I'm going to kind of spend a lot of time in talking about solutions which help us in fact checking, verification, and how AI is helping us get there. So before that, I do want to, just take some time to share a presentation which will help us just navigate this space a little bit. If you can just confirm, Venkatesh, that my presentation is visible. Can I get a confirmation?
Hi. Trapti, hi. Can you see the
Yeah.
share button at the bottom of your screen? If you click on it, you should be able to share your presentation. It's not shared yet, but it'll come through. And while you're doing that, yes, I acknowledge what you said. There's a lot of work we do in parallel, in consonance. We focus on dealing with misinformation, and increasingly we have to tackle that question on a real-time basis of how AI tools are being used. So it looks like it's working. So it's back to you, Trapti.
Thank you so much. So using AI to develop solutions you can trust and developed on the edge. This technology is very accessible, and the agenda for today is that just an introduction to AI and edge AI in specifically, and what makes this technology possible. What is the tech stack, and uh, how does it really work? And what is the art of possible? In particular, what are the verifier solutions, the type of solutions on edge that we're going to be talking today? I'll also present some proof of technology, what the delivery approach typically is, what are the challenges and opportunities, and what is the future scope. So it kind of, really links well into the sessions we've had since the afternoon when Sailesh Kumar from Geo, he presented the framework, the fact that we need to think about scalable solutions, formulation based, and how edge and all other technologies enabling AI become very important. To the talk we just had on open source. So today we will also see how we are using open source extensively to make these solutions possible. Edge AI specifically is when AI automates some problem, some use case at the point of action. Exactly, you can take your solution right up to the point where you need to where some action is happening and you need AI to come and assist you or help you in taking decisions or measuring data. So there are some terms which we keep using. So one is the Internet of Things, which is essentially the ability of smart devices such as wearables, drones, robots, your smart speakers, the AI enabled cars, etc. All these are smart devices. IoT is really the term when we enable these smart devices and edge compute to connect to the cloud, to the network from where they can receive data and send data. The cloud term which we use today is essentially hybrid cloud, where we are able to today have work seamlessly across multiple clouds as well as private clouds. And that, along with the IoT capability, makes it a very strong proposition. But it is not always that we need to send our data to cloud. Many of these smart devices of today require some kind of capability to execute a AI program on the device itself. Even collecting data as well as giving a prediction on that data is required, especially when we are caring a lot about privacy. So edge computing is what we call the terminology when we enable our edge devices, which are somewhat, you know, limited in terms of the hardware, which is restricted, size, memory, etc. Yet the technology today is enabling us to execute some kind of AI on the device. So a lot of the solutions which we are working on also address this need for having your data not really going to the cloud but remaining private, and yet being able to run the world class technology on those devices. So in order to make edge computing a possibility, we need to think about what are the dynamics, the market and technology dynamics that make this possible. So why do we have this technology in the first place? So today there is a big need for compute which can run in low latency and give us solve our problems in real time, so or near real time. And this could be in really sensitive areas where we are looking for results immediately, also to maintain privacy, and also to have very specialized use cases addressed in specific industries or in specific businesses. And then, because of the advent of mobile technology, almost everybody has a computer in their hand, and they're looking at solutions which can be practical and usable to the individual. So all of these are drivers for the whole AI ecosystem looking into edge computing and trying to leverage that in the context of AI. The other, at the same time, we have a lot of opportunities as well. So there is a lot of advancement in the edge AI processes. We'll be talking a little bit about what kind of capabilities we have. Again, open source frameworks. We just had a talk right now. And the open source frameworks enables a lot of, you can say, advancement in the technology by just, having your frameworks in open and the community improving them with the individual ideas and specializations, right? So this, along with the fact that technology is standardizing, whether you talk about wearables, robots, drones, edge, almost each smart device has a kind of standardization to which we are gravitating. And this democratization in technology enables us to use, to really scale up the solutions that we present. At the same time, there are some challenges, as with all new technology, which is just booming. The compute for real time on edge devices is limited. There are challenges around power consumption. So as long as it is 1 watt to 15 watt kind of a um, power requirement, it suffices. But beyond that, we may need to invest in heavier edge equipment. Size and memory constraints and hardware restrictions apply even today, but this is also changing, and there is a lot of room for the edge hardware market to actually evolve, and they are evolving. So if you look at where we will be in the next 5 to 7 years, I think the whole market is really maturing, and you can see that with the kind of products that we have, some of the pictures which are presented on the left hand side. So, for example, this bot which you can see, this is actually a spot bot, in which actually we work to develop a lot of edge solutions, which can do inspections in warehouses, manufacturing units, etc., by doing real-time predictions for things like, whether there is some heating issue with equipment in a factory, or whether there is some equipment which is faulty. So those kind of solutions are anyway today becoming more and more ubiquitous. And when we talk about edge solutions, there are some restraints. One is, we have limited on-device training. So typically, the AI itself, the engineering will happen on a cloud, on a bigger server, and then it will be compressed, or you can say, kind of optimized to run on a edge device. The other restraint is that it's very difficult to get data and samples for training in very specialized use cases. This is one of the challenge which I'll also talk about in our, verifier technology, how that works. And second thing is AI talent is of course an issue. The people who can really design these solutions, I'm not really talking about people who can write code or just do the engineering part. I'm talking about people who can think through the whole problems, the use cases, and how to solution that use cases, and that risk taking ability to bring the solutions to life. So that is also where there is a huge opportunity, and that will also be something I'll focus on the later part of the talk. So going forward, just to introduce you to why this technology is very, very accessible. So there are a lot of edge platforms and devices by some renowned companies like NVIDIA and Intel. At the same time, on the open source front, we have Linux and Android uh, supporting us with platforms. Now, these specific platforms, the way they work is they're specialized platforms for edge computing. At the same time, there are in the market edge devices, which have again been coming from both open source as well as from some of the companies. Our edge devices would typically be like NVIDIA has the Jetson Nano series kit for edge. Similarly, Intel has the Movidius neural compute stick. So these are some of the technologies. And when I say they're accessible, I mean, in India, we could easily get some of the devices which you can see pictures of in as much as less than 10,000 rupees. Yet they're very powerful. They're like a miniature computer with even with they can be equipped with all kind of sensors, as well as you can deploy a artificial neural network solution on this and run it in real time to get your results. And all this is possible because of the, again, optimization libraries that are supported. So we have TensorRT, which is again open sourced by NVIDIA. OpenWinnow is Intel's platform. And TF Lite is another platform which is supported by TensorFlow, which is enabling us to put this technology on devices. So with this, the software stack which goes along with it is what is typically used by data scientists. You have Python, PyTorch, TensorFlow, all these technologies which are used very pervasive now. Python as a language, Linux as an open source OS. Most of the technology which we're going to be looking at today is all developed using these kind of frameworks, which are very, very accessible and again, low cost. So one of the solutions which we're going to talk about a little bit more in detail is going to be on the mobile verifier technology. This technology enables us basically, in the current state, it uses a lot of visual AI and computer vision applied in a very, very unique way with the help of hardware devices or equipment which can be attached to a phone, let's say an Android phone. Again, it's manufactured by certain companies going to be in the market soon. Once this is deployed, it can actually take images of a substance or any material. It could be like a liquid, and the equipment specialized for liquid is shown here, or it could be a solid. It could be a solid substance such as medicine pills, or it could be something like a bacteria, because this lens is microscopic. So all these substances can be imaged, and then using those images, we can train the AI models for a specific purpose, and that purpose could be to recognize the optical characteristics of that substance, whether it is related to color, motion, hue, saturation, etc. And using all of this, we model the material in a way that we are able to test whether any new sample which is shown to this model and it is imaged, does it belong to the same sample training set? Does it have the same characteristics? Is it very different? Is it, has the quality deteriorated than what quality benchmarks we had set across? And this powerful idea has given rise to a whole set of use cases in multiple industries, which can help both businesses as well as individuals. So we'll be taking a look about that. So, for example, in food manufacturing, you can think about, any kind of produce, like the quality of your pulses or the rice products, etc., which need to be sampled and attested for quality. You could have a device on your phone, uh, and a software application and a mobile application, which is helping you identify you can say the quality of the rice, or the name and details, and just the way the pulses are, whether they're a good quality or is it a bad quality, are they infected or are they not infected. And this could actually transform the capability for both a business which is involved in, let's say, packaging and labeling their produce, as well as an individual who's buying the produce. Similarly, in textile manufacturing, you may be aware that there's an entire system of how we grade textiles during manufacturing. Let's say cotton is produced from cotton balls, which are coming, and when you actually do the processing, there is different quality of the cotton which is getting produced. So it is measured by the color, the amount of impurities which are there present in the cotton, as well as the length which is coming out for the cotton, and the thickness. So all these attributes go into a extensive process which is manual today. And in India there is a lot of money and effort being spent on it, but this entire process could actually be automated by using this technology in a creative way to solve and do this automation for the entire pipeline. In life sciences, when we talk about our medicines and pills and the efficacy of a medicine, again, from observing some of the properties which could be related to the visual quality degradation in the, again, hue, saturation, color change, as well as the labels which are getting tampered. You could do, again, a lot of work to just maintain the authenticity of the product. Similarly, like counterfeit goods on its own, it's like uh, there's a research published which says it's a $50 billion plus problem. So this technology itself can be used, just the normal powerful cameras that we have, the high resolution cameras on the phone, they can also be used to detect counterfeit products. So right now we are doing experiment with a e-tailer on the counterfeit shoe identification, just based on the visual signature which we are getting from images. And that could be related to the texture, the kind of designs, the quality of the logo, how it is getting printed, the reflective index on the paint from the shoe, etc. So, in order to just tell you another big use of this is in forgery. So you can talk about artwork. So one of the work which we've done, which I'll just demonstrate, is on art, exactly being able to identify whether a painting is forged or not. A currency, similarly for gems. So before I take you any further, I'll just like to run a video. So maybe Abhishek, you'd like to just run the video for us, which demonstrates this technology. Thanks for playing that. So as we can see, the technology value behind this entire solution is one is a lot of the use cases which I addressed today. Uh, there is also counterfeit detection, which is going as a parallel non-AI industry. But the problem with that is, number one, it is time consuming. So the process of doing inspection for quality, for counterfeit, etc., is a time consuming process. And it also, you at times you need to take samples of the produce itself, which can lead to destruction of them during that testing itself, because it would be typically going into a lab and being tested with some other material or some other ways. Maybe it is some x-ray or heating or just putting some chemical on it to test it. So what lot of work which we do, especially like in paintings, we are trying to eliminate that by just using other kind of multispectral imaging techniques to capture the images, on which we can use AI to actually understand the painting, the actual, you can say, the whole uh, you can say chronology of that painting, and what is the pigments used, and what was the strokes of the painter, which is belonging to the original versus what could be a potential fake. The other one is, this may not be a technology which is eliminating, but definitely it can give us a better confidence level in any of the use cases that we apply. And then as our confidence in the solution improves, there are chances we may be able to achieve automation in that whole, you can say, pipeline. The other one is it gives us results in real time. So at times what happens is, we had this example where there is oil which is getting reused again and again in let's say restaurants, and there are food inspectors like in Europe who regularly visit these restaurants to see whether the oil which is being reused for frying is that fit for use or not. And what they typically would do is take a sample and send it to a lab and wait for 3 days to get a assessment. Whereas if you have a technology which can work, as you saw in the video as well, on liquid substances, using an apparatus which is here, you could actually eliminate and make again this process real time. And these are some of the experiments that we have actually done. Second thing is, any kind of such technology involves a lot of domain knowledge and expertise, which again, you are dependent on talent. And finally, at times, not being able to assess quality. The quality inspection in typically manufacturing of produced products remains to be a manual step, because again it requires the human expertise, all the senses of the human are involved in assessing the quality of the produce, right? And at times, that is a very time consuming process, and again it is subjective. So there is a potential to automate entire quality inspection pipelines by enabling this technology and making it real. And as I said, again, it is low cost, and it is, you can say, growing in terms of, if you look at the proof of technology points, you'll realize that this technology can be developed quite easily compared to, the investment which may be required in a lot of other, you can say, solutions around the AI space, something like, let's say, autonomous driving. Compared to that, this is a much more specialized niche and technology which can be easy for users to adopt, given the fact that it is something which is edge ready. It is on your mobile, you can use it anytime. And secondly, also because it is comparatively easy to, you can say, deploy. Some proof of technology points which I like to share, which we've done as part of our work with IBM's clients, is one is the painting. So we have an apparatus like this in which our optical instrument on the phone is actually mounted on a surface on which we have a painting, and we take some typical important regions of that painting to kind of detect and create our training data to train on. And we try to enable first to learn the patterns of the painting in the original, and then typically our clients would be somebody who's dealing in art forgery, so they would also be able to provide us with good description and samples of what a typical forgery would look like. Using that, we would simulate images, or we would typically either image the counterfeit as well as create some simulated images to develop algorithms which can detect the counterfeit. And at times we use multispectral imaging for these kind of activities, and the results have been pretty impressive, as you can see in this proof point. In another example, we actually worked with liquids. So there was this vodka sample, and we had to detect counterfeit vodka instead of a typical brand of vodka, which is quite expensive. And what you will see here is it's quite a complex problem, because vodka is a colorless liquid. So when you are actually looking at the material visually, if you just look at it from the picture, it will appear like a gray image. So for doing that, we do have to use a lot of advanced image processing techniques to see what kind of color spaces to use, and how can we get a signature of the original, which may be different than competitor brands, or even non-conformant liquids, which could be like tap water with some alcohol mixed in it. And how do we develop a signature for the product so that it can be identified as counterfeit or original, or maybe a competitor product getting served instead. So you could actually think of taking your mobile phone out and going for a drink and being very sure that what you're buying is worth what you're paying for. So these are two interesting proof points. We are also working with a lot of retailers, as I said, in detecting products for the counterfeit. Then we have use cases in almost all areas of like different industries. And the way we deliver these solutions is we get into partnership for co-creation with clients, and that's important both because this work involves considerable R&D to develop a technology or a solution which will suit that particular substance, and or produce like a currency note or a painting, etc. And the other reason is also the domain expertise is always in hands of the people who are involved in that business, right? So you need to definitely bring that domain expertise in and leverage that in doing your solution design. The second thing is the risk of technology failure is high. Everything will not always be simple to solve. So the way we plan our delivery is we always try to do an initial proof of technology in which we identify a use case, a substance, and we try to make sure we are able to prove that the technology can be developed before we go on to other phases. And a lot of design thinking goes into see how will we actually present that solution back to the client, right? What kind of navigation on the application would be needed to make it easy and usable. So because of all of this, we always have a kind of phased approach where we de-risk the project and co-create with our clients to enable the technology to come to life. So with that, what I thought it may make sense in today's discussion with the audiences to just share my thoughts about why this technology is still full of challenges and at the same time full of opportunities for innovation. And everybody, whether you talk about school students, engineers, researchers, big companies, startups, can all collaborate or work individually to make such kind of technology more accessible to everybody. And it's pretty easy. So some of the areas where the challenges do exist is that while the technology itself is easy, at times training data can be difficult to gather, and that's why the partnership is needed with a company which will have this data and will have the domain expertise to help us understand the use cases. And the other thing is, unlike a lot of other AI solutions, there is not enough data because you'll always have less counterfeit products or low quality samples to go in. Secondly, you can't even define in the real world, you can't define what a counterfeit or a forged product will actually be like, because you will never have it with you in the first place. So this entire solution goes into the realm of unsupervised learning, where we don't have annotated data, where we need to understand what is the digital fingerprint of the substance and then compare it to the rest of the world, right? And because of that, there is a lot of reliance on unsupervised training patterns, which is an open research area. We use a lot of advanced imaging processing. We are not yet like also video, right? We work a lot with video, but beyond that, it is not like there is so much room for research and improvement in different industries to get this technology more mature. And it really involves about being able to identify diverse patterns in different sensory data. So we'll talk about what all sensory data may, in addition, help this whole technology be more strong. The other challenge which we have is we need to develop the technology which is very robust. And when it is robust, we need to make sure it is time and data shift invariant. The technology itself is generalized. So, for example, in the vodka example which I just showed, there was a condition which we had to keep during the POC, that there will be a certain temperature at which the liquid will be imaged, because it is the reflectance from the liquid which is helping us be more informed about it. Now that is a like restriction, because in the real world when you deploy the solution, you may have to provide a range in which that whole technology works. So for that we have to really be very careful in identifying what are the ambient conditions and make sure they're as real as they would be in the practical world. So this will enable us to maintain performance in real time and in the production settings. The second thing is to make sure that there is trust in the prediction which is there, and to validate the prediction, we need to make sure that whatever samples we test on, they actually belong to the same kind of data on which the whole model was developed. So that there we need very strong frameworks for out of distribution detection. And what we have seen is a lot of the existing open source frameworks around for out of distribution detection don't work. So this is another area of research where we continually working to see how do we make our detection frameworks more stronger. And of course there is limited ability to train on the device, so there is a lot of incentive to improve compute and achieve more scalable edge device computing, so that we could enable some kind of training or continual learning on the device itself. Another important aspects with our clients is that for the industry to really trust the kind of solutions that get developed in this space, you need to make sure you can you can have a good interpretation from the model, so that as a AI expert, you are also convinced that yes, this model has learned the right patterns which were hidden in the samples, and therefore it is learning the right signals which will help us in doing the right predictions. So establishing, and especially with vision and different sensory data, establishing this interpretability of the model, this is also a very is an open and very high priority research area for us. So apart from all this is really related to the modeling, but just the advancements in sensor technology, AI processes capability, model compression techniques, UX design becomes a very integral part of what all can be done in this space to just grow this whole, you can say, capability in a better manner. And that will enable us to really bring the verified solutions into the real world. So what the future really beholds for us, I'll just like to end with that. So the sensor technology is getting smarter and of course mobile ready. I showed you the example. We are very strongly, kind of IBM research has done a lot of work around the vision, whether it is multispectral, microscopic, high resolution, thermal, IR, near IR. So we have microscopic lens which works on bacteria detection in, let's say, food manufacturing. Let's say there's a meat plant which is manufacturing food. On the conveyor belt, we are using this technology to see whether there will be a presence of bacteria in the meat which is getting manufactured, and can we just eliminate any kind of presence of that, or at least alert the operators on the floor if such an event happens. So this is, and it's same is for the different kind of produce, like the advancement video technology with our PTZ cameras, which can zoom and have very special features. Again, the more powerful cameras for video on smartphones. When we talk about audio, all use cases are not something which will be based on vision only. Many times, the domain experts would use multiple sensors, like, for example, smell. For the smell of a shoe can help us in actually detecting whether a shoe is, authentic, having the leather which the original manufacturer is using, or is it a kind of fake. So they use smell. Similarly, for a lot of drinks and food produce, a lot of fragrances, the smell is a big indicator. And today we have technology where we have digital olfaction available with some companies which work with biosensors to give us a digital sense of the smell, which can be used as a sensory input into this entire technology. So, and again, we have sound intensity detectors already available. So at times, what we are also trying to see is how do we integrate all the sensory data within a single application to enable, better sensors to help us identify a better, verify the substances better. The other area is, of course, mobile computers improving. The mobile penetration itself is growing, right? So smartphones are becoming ubiquitous, and therefore, and people also expect that a lot of the solutions should be mobile ready for them to be used. If you talk about a more factory setting or industrialized setting, the 5G can enable last mile connectivity so that if required, we don't have to always deploy our models, especially if you have a multi-model quality inspection pipeline, then maybe mobile is not the solution. You would need to have some kind of a edge compute, at least at the factory shop floor, which can help you through the entire quality inspection process. So technologies such as 5G, etc., make our IoT connectivity to the edge compute more, you can say, powerful. And of course, then the unsupervised machine learning advancements are happening every day with the research in the field. So that also helps us inform it. As open source and standardization in the frameworks comes, this is becoming more and more of a do-it-yourself technology. So anything that I described is, if we have the right use case and the right organizations who can partner with us in co-creation of these solutions, anybody can actually use this technology today, both from a cost standpoint as well as from, the capabilities of, accessible technology, the open source frameworks being available. It can really help us develop a healthy ecosystem around such solutions, which can be, again, kind of uh, created in a services oriented manner, where at the end you could have, let's say, some open source services or APIs which are solving for some common substances authentication automatically. So that is what the future holds. And then, of course, all we need is really a will to be ready for experimentation, and to really get this technology in the hands of the people who can use it readily. So with this, I'll wait if there are any questions or any other details needed. Then I'm happy to answer any kind of questions.
Swati, thanks so much. We're running short of time, but we definitely want to ask you one question, which is, what you did take us through what the future holds. But as always, whether we speak about the intersection of AI with anything, including edge computing, are there any ethical considerations that you would sort of look at and caution us about?
So yes, so one thing which I did talk about is, from an ethical standpoint, is the fact that we are enabling this technology to be localized. That's why we talked about edge in particular, is we understand that the data on which we are acting would be typically part of an industry or a company or a person who's anyway providing a very niche service. So in that sense, providing for a solution which can be very, very focused on the needs of that particular customer, that is how we make sure that there is ethical consideration is definitely maintained there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge topic. Your entire presentation, I think the kind of takeaways for us here at Boom, but also the people here who are watching, and the attendees of this conference, there are multiple reference points and opportunities to delve deeper into this topic. And we'll have to leave it at that, though. However, thank you so much, Trapti. I mean, this, along with all the other panels, they've been mind opening. And especially with the intersection with edge computing, because this is not something we tackled earlier. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you have the time, do stick around for the last conversation of the
Sure.
day, which is on AI and ethics and morality. And that's really what we're calling it. It's simply called
Yeah,
AI and
I'm
ethics.
looking forward to it.
Yes, and I want to introduce the people who are going to speak on it. And I would like to invite Sanket Dhurandhar. He's joining us from Mumbai. Sanket is the Cloud AI Country Plan Leader at Microsoft. Through his expertise in the field of AI, he helps organizations, government, and other communities across India to focus on sustainable economic growth and realize their full potential. And we also have Alexa Gordic joining us from Serbia. Alexa is a research engineer at DeepMinder and the man behind the YouTube channel, The AI Epiphany. Thank you both for joining us.
Hey Venkatesh, thanks. Pleasure to join both of you for today's discussion.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to it.
Same
Thank you.
with
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the invite.
Great. Okay, the stuff on ethics and AI obviously can fill many, many books. So how can we shape this conversation on this monumental topic? And, as I told you folks before, I'm going to start with a personal meditation or an open-ended question. Sanket and Alexa, do you use any AI tech in your personal or professional lives that makes you question what you're using every once in a while? Here's my theory. My theory is that we all do that. And one of the examples from my life is that I use facial recognition technology to sort my photographs, either on my phone or on my computer or through social media apps. And it becomes very difficult to opt out of these technologies, even if we had misgivings, because the same facial recognition tech can be misused and continues to be misused in different parts of the world. So, Alexa, starting with you first, and then Sanket, do you have examples from your own life that you want to share?
Sure. So I guess the first thing that pops to my mind would be recommender systems, because I guess that's the single piece of AI technology currently nowadays that's having the biggest impact on our lives, arguably, I'd say, because like we're all talking about like self-driving cars, etc., but those are like still like to come yet, whereas we're all interacting with recommender systems like be it Twitter, be it like Facebook feed, be it like YouTube, whatnot. So yeah, basically there are pros and cons to this technology. The pro is definitely that without our access, we would not be able to, I wouldn't be able to kind of find the relevant pieces of information in the ocean of information we have today. Whereas on the con side, obviously, like stuff like bias, and I'll give a simple example here. For example, when I listen to YouTube, sometimes like the Rexist is only recommending me music that I've liked already. So it's, I guess, a subtle exploitation bias. And that's a simple one, but like you could take that to extreme. And if you have a malicious actor controlling the platform itself, then that person or that group could kind of push the propaganda or whatnot, like to the like audience of that platform. Like those would be some examples that like I can list more.
Yeah, I mean, and those are examples that we are familiar with at Boom because we work in the fact-checking space and in the addressing the polarization that we see kind of space. Sanket, your turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would rather say that just look around yourself, right? Just have a 360-degree view of wherever you might be. And the way things have grown these days, right? There's not even a single piece across or around us which is not using AI. Alexa mentioned about the recommended system, right? I'll just extend on that, right? To run the recommended system, or just when you say a recommended system, there are so many instances within the recommended system which are used. Just open an app, Netflix or maybe YouTube, and in the homepage, while we generically say that it's a recommended system, but then within that there are so many instances which talks about what is the priority in which you are seeing the video, in what sequence it has been displayed, with how much duration it has been seen. And the beauty of this is all which is very contextual. You open the same app in the morning, it will show you something different. You open it in the evening, it will show you different. You open up in the night, it shows you something different. What I'm coming to is the high level of customization. So it is recommendation is one, and then you have the customization which has happened on that, right? Another example which I really loved is that the way overall ecosystem of recruitment has grown. We have seen instances where typically the resumes which typically are sitting in India, right? You all can relate with me. Uh, India is a land of ITS, right? The BPO boom has kind of grown the Indian economy so much in across the globe. Now, what is a kind of an offshoot of that is the number of resume which the HR function has to go through, right? I have personally spoken to HR, and they handle something like more than a million resume a year. And until now, till the time the AI was not grown, somebody has to actually go and eyeball every resume one by one. But now the AI system has come in, and AI system does the preliminary analysis of the resumes, and that has actually helped to not only be the HR function be more relevant and more efficient, but at the same time, it has actually helped to make sure that the smaller nuances of the resume or a candidate has done something really good, but then in the eyeballing process, somebody might miss that, but AI won't miss that, right? So the right candidate gets married to the right profile, and that's how the overall rejection ratio has come down, as well as it's good for the candidate also, because they don't get unnecessarily called up for the interview, and they don't end up in a situation where they, hey, we thought you are good in this technology, but now we see that you're not in good. So that uneven experience for the candidate is also gone down, right? So that's a wonderful practical example which I have seen.
Right. I mean, I was going to ask you about a not so positive example, but I just, this might be a good example, good time to bring up this Pew research that asked a question in June 2021. And the question it asked 602 people. Many of them were technology innovators, developers, business and policy leaders, researchers, and activists. So out of this 602 people, they asked this question: by 2030, will most of the AI systems being used by organizations of all sorts employ ethical principles focused primarily on the public good? And the answer to that was, in response, 68% chose the option declaring that ethical principles focused primarily on the good will not be employed in most AI systems by 2030. The question for both of you: A, does this surprise you? B, what is your personal opinion? I'll start
Yeah.
with you, Sanket, and then go to Alexa.
Sure, right. I would say I'm not surprised, right? Because what has happened is that in the hype cycle around AI, the ethics and legality somewhere just got left behind, right? Because the way technology boom happened on the AI, you mentioned about face recognition. Now, while face recognition is good, right? But then we recently saw advertisement from one of the FMCG company in India, where face recognition and the facial analysis was used, right? On face of it, it looks so wonderful. Yes, the art of possibility is so much, right? But just think of that. What could be the downside of that? Somebody is not endorsing something, and then suddenly that pops up, right? So that ethical aspect is somewhere getting lost. But I would say that the time horizon, what we mentioned about till 2030, right? So it's a good 9 years, and I'm sure industry, I am practically seeing that within Microsoft, we have been advocating this for last 5 years, and I'm seeing the other industries also waking up to the fact that it is not about the adoption of the technology, but then how ethically we adopt that, right? Because Alex mentioned about a very good point of bias. Now, AI system is good only depending upon the data what it sees. As a human, I see and I pursue data, and I somehow consume that data at later point in time. But in AI system, whatever data you see, that's the only horizon that system has. So it's all about making sure that fundamental principle of garbage in, garbage out doesn't apply, and there are checks and balances to do that. There are tools now available which will help you to analyze and say that, hey, this ethical aspect should be taken care, and how it can be taken care, because everybody will agree that it has to be taken care, but the point is that how. And I'm seeing that change happening, and then I'm on face of it, I feel that it looks difficult, but then with the time horizon, I'm sure it can be taken care of.
Okay. Alexa?
Well, I'm gonna take a contrarian view here. I guess like what I'd like to happen is the same thing with nuclear technology. Like obviously, when you have something powerful as AI or whatnot, like you can use it both ways, and that's always this game of cat and mouse. But I really hope I mean, looking currently, the companies that are working on this safety alignment interpretability stuff are, I guess, DeepMind, OpenAI, Anthropic, a couple of companies. So it's definitely the case that we are investing a lot more time into developing these algorithms, making them more powerful, and less so in making them align with human interest, etc. So from that perspective, we could be pessimistic, but I don't know. It boils down to whether you want to be an optimist or a pessimist, because none of us can predict the future more than like a couple of months. So I like to think that like this will end up as nuclear technology. Sometimes we'll have some bad things happening, like hopefully not that disastrous. But then in the grand scheme of things, like in 10, 20 years, I like to think that we're going to be using it to help the humans augment our capabilities. And yeah, but we need to think definitely about the bad things that can happen. Otherwise, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one of the problems obviously is that it's very difficult to define what we mean by ethical AI. So the same report that I referenced earlier, just now, it said that it's difficult to define ethical AI because it's all contextual. It depends on, the culture that you're in. The same question might be seen differently in by two different people, by two different types of, regions, organizations, governments, and so on. And obviously, at some point, we would have to have the sustainable human goals and basic human rights to be embedded within all AI systems. Because the same report says that, yeah, you can say, let's just put the genie out of the bottle, okay, and then let's get all this development, let's kick it into high gear, and then we'll catch up later on. But apparently, what's happening is abuses happen, and then it becomes very, very difficult, if not impossible, to fix these abuses. So the big concern really is that at the development stage itself, we are not talking about it centrally. And the other thing this report says is that there are other things that are sort of influencing the development of AI. For example, global competition between countries like the United States and China. Apparently, they will influence this field more than ethical considerations. So again, I want to ask you, what your thoughts are on this. Alexa first this time, and then Sanket.
Sure. So I guess like having too many regulations in place is also not good. Like you mentioned that we should have like ethics and everything. We definitely need to think about it and have it like somewhere on top of our head at all time. But like too much regulation is also not good. And I will give an example. I guess EU with GDPR and like laws such as that. I think that's that's at disadvantage of European Union compared to China, which is on the other part of the spectrum. I would say, so we need to balance those two, because if Europe, for example, is to develop a super ethical AI and nobody cares what Europe says, then we have a problem again. So it's a delicate trade-off between regulating and implementing all of those ethical considerations into our algorithms and into our systems. But like on the other hand, you have to kind of be competitive with others. So I guess it's a global problem, and it's a problem of syncing everybody like globally, everybody being aware and aligned with the same mission. Otherwise, I think it will not work that like in practice. It's a nice theoretical statement, but
we'll get into specifics in a moment. But first, I want to get in what Sanket has to say.
Yeah, so I feel that the ethics and regulation plays a lot, and the important point, Venkatesh, what you made in the beginning is that the regulations clearly drives the way adoption happens, because ultimately, if the adoption is not happening, then the hype around technology will just die down, right? So adoption has to be there, and for that to happen, the law of the land plays a bigger role, because what happens is that when you talk about development, right? development might happen in one location, but then adoption happens in other location. So you have to make sure that the development and the adoption is always in sync, and that's where the regulation is required. And what right now what we are seeing is that every region has their own regulation, and that is where the question comes in. What Alex also raised is that how do I make sure that I am compliant sitting in Mumbai with some regulation which he might be seeing in Serbia, right? So as of now, we are not seeing a common minimum program which has to be developed across the globe to make sure that what we call as AI for good in India stands true in other regions also. And if that program comes in, right, then the development can be in link with that, right? Like what we are doing in climate, or we are doing with sustainability. Like COP26 happened just 2 weeks back, and there all the countries have come together to commit or pledge to a common goal. Something of similar sort in AI is not yet happening. Every region, if you just Google it out, every region has their individual laws, but then we are practically seeing that some law contradicts some other regions, and that is where the confusion says that I'm good in India, but I cross my shore and I'm bad, right? So how that can be true? So that is where the global thing is required.
Yeah, but I guess it's a problem with human values as well, right? Like some values in certain countries are different. When you come and do
Exactly.
that, like apply those values in some other like culture, it's unacceptable.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
Yeah, the great cliche almost is that between the West and the East, the West focuses more on individual rights, the East focuses more on group rights. And I don't know where that places you, Alexa, in Serbia, but yeah, I mean, what you guys said, gave rise to another question, which is, Sanket, you said the government makes the law, the government regulates the sphere. But of course, when you have technology, it has no borders, right? And it moves at the speed of light. And governments take years to catch up to a problem that, was solved, that came up like 10 years ago. So who should make these regulations is the question again. Should it be government? Should it be technology companies? Should it be AI folks, that is AI researchers, people in the AI field? Should it be people across all walks of life? Who should be in the regulation business? Again, I'm going to come to you both, Sanket first and then Alexa.
Yeah, so I feel as far as technology is concerned, right? I would say the technology folks and specifically the researchers should be given precedence here, because they are kind of seeing the future, right? What is going to come out in 2 years or 5 years? That is something the research community knows very well. So if we rely on somebody who's not linked with that kind of a stream, right? If we rely on government, because most of the time we see that government regulations more than often are retrospective. But here we are talking of regulations which are supposed to be prospective 2 or 5 years, right? So I cannot say that something happened and then I create a regulation. Then it's the cat has already gone, right? So typically the insights have to be taken through the community, through the technology community, through the researchers, but then government should put their stamp on it so that it becomes a regulation, right? What I'm coming to is that it's not one man's job, but it's a collaboration where the researchers should be giving the insight and government should be putting the legal framework on top of that to support the law of the land. And that's how it's a wonderful collaboration which could happen, right? And that will actually give confidence to the enterprises also, to the industries also, because more than often we see that enterprises or industries often feel that, hey, I can implement this, but then will government allow me to implement this and scale it across, right? Then that fear goes away if this kind of a ecosystem builds up.
Okay, actually, Alexa, I'm going to insert a thought into this before you respond, which is, you have the government making laws, then on the other hand, you have the AI community saying we should be involved in it. And then you have the company that's formerly known as Facebook. It instituted its own Supreme Court, right? So, would you be in favor of some kind of global committee? So it would be not beholden to any particular company or a government, probably instituted by a university, we don't know, but comprising of AI researchers, people in the AI community, but also from the field of humanities, legal studies, philosophy, engineering, medicine, every part of the human domain. Do you think that such a committee even is feasible in the first place?
Should I start or Sanket?
No, this is for you, Alexa.
For me. So I guess like forming such a committee would be as hard as forming a global government, and we haven't seen something happening like that. So yeah, I'll just kind of make an analogy there. So I'm not sure whether it's correct either, like the ideal solution, because maybe it's better to have a decentralized, let's call it that way, decentralized solutions where you have multiple like centers of power, and then they are kind of collaborating and trying to find the solution. I don't think the centralized solution would be a key here. Like if blockchain taught us anything, that's that. Yeah, we should go decentralized here, I'd say. But like when I say decentralized, I do not mean everybody should have an equal like vote, in the sense that people who are experts in ethics, people who are sociologists, people who are in tech should be the ones to kind of have, I guess, more impact because they have like the necessary knowledge and expertise in those fields. But I'm not sure whether I agree with Sanket on the like thought that we should have only tech experts deciding. Like we definitely need to have people who are experts in sociology, ethics, and those related areas to this subject. But not anybody, obviously. Just something that's very related and relevant to this topic, I guess.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to the idea of such a committee happening at some point. I mean, all it really requires is one company to say, we're going to do this. Okay, let's tackle a slightly different kind of question. And before that, I want to talk about what is known as the great AI trade-off. And I'm quoting here from a passage from this book by Melanie Mitchell, who is an AI professor. And the book's name is Artificial Intelligence, A Guide for Thinking Humans. And she says in it, and I'm quoting, should we embrace the abilities of AI systems which can improve our lives and even save lives and allow these systems to be employed ever more extensively? Or should we be more cautious given current AI's unpredictable errors, susceptibility to bias, vulnerability to hacking, and lack of transparency in decision making? So, Sanket first, and then Alexa, unpredictable errors, susceptibility to bias. I'm sure this is something we see on a daily basis, right? Vulnerability to hacking, lack of transparency. Every AI technology we come across seems to be a black box, right? So what would you say? I mean, I'm not even asking you from the perspective of someone who represents a company. No, just generally as someone who's involved in this field.
So Venkatesh, I would say that the technology, even though it's growing at a horrendous pace, but still the ethics and the other pieces are still to be handled, right? I don't see that happening, because right now we are purely kind of concentrated more on how the technology can improve, but how that can be humanized, right? That aspect is getting missed, and that's exactly what she is also mentioning, that while the technology is growing, but then for anybody and everybody to adopt within their day-to-day life, I would say we are still not there, right? We are taking good strides towards it, but then yes, I would personally, and again, this is not my company's view, this is my personal view, that this is something which we still need to be thought about well, of which all domains we can have, right? Like and again, we cannot generalize this. What we are seeing right now during the pandemic in the healthcare sector, AI really helped. How the vaccine came out so quickly, right? The simulation and everything happened in AI, and AI really helped. But at the same time, there are so many other aspects where typically AI, the same technology, is not mature enough given the domain, right? So we cannot generalize it, but then we'll have to handle this from subject to subject, how exactly or how much amount of penetration the AI system is mature enough to allow into human lives.
Okay, Alexa, before you come in, I want to toss in another additional question, which is, till what extent should humans be required to be in the loop in different AI applications? Can you envisage, pardon me, a future where the machines are going to be monitoring other machines? Just to put it in a very Terminator kind of way. I mean, should humans be involved at every step is basically the question.
Should I start with that one or the previous one?
Actually, you can start with this and then maybe go back to the previous one.
Sure. So again, let me just say that this is also, all of this is my personal opinion. I'm not representing any company or whatnot. Human in the loop or not? Well, it depends on the application, and I think we could all agree on this. If we had like a application of somebody or something should remove the radioactive waste, I guess we can all agree that we do not need a human in the loop there. We need an autonomous robot, or at least somebody operating the robot remotely. Like, we do not need human there specifically because it's dangerous, I guess. It's a whole spectrum, I guess, depending on the application. Somewhere we want to replace humans completely, somewhere we want to augment humans. And I guess the most applications I see currently, we need to augment humans, kind of make it complementary to what our abilities already are. So yeah, like that would be a brief like explanation. For example, self-driving again, in theory, over the long horizon, I also don't see humans in the loop, because I guess machines with correct infrastructure can be much better and less error-prone compared to humans. So that's another example of an application where we do not need like a human in the loop. Whereas on the other hand, let me give a like opposite example. If we were to convict a criminal, we should not do that based on a black box algorithm. That's for sure. We need to have humans in loop there. And I'm afraid that I'm already, like, I read some papers on this topic where in certain states in United States, I guess elsewhere as well, people are using black box algorithms, so neural networks, to make some decisions automatically without the option for that person to kind of like complain against the decision. So that's scary. Yeah, and you mentioned, sorry for like making a digression here, but you mentioned that like all of AI algorithms are black box. It's actually the case that just neural networks are mostly neural networks, and they are mostly useful nowadays. So that's why we're saying like they are black box approaches. But many other like industries are using some more classic machine learning algorithms, which are more interpretable, but then again less powerful and expressive compared to DNNs.
Yeah. That kind of brings me to another thought, which is on the idea that machines can be moral. Can we design moral machines? Do you think we are there at this situation where, forget machines, but programs? Are we at a stage, if, I know I'm putting you in a spot here, but are we at a stage in the progress of this field where we can have moral machines? I mean, I just want to reference this, the very famous case, right, of Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. The first law saying that a robot cannot harm another human being either through activity or inactivity. That's the first law. The second law is a robot has to obey a human so long as that rule doesn't clash with the first law. And the third law is a robot must protect itself so long as it does not clash with laws 1 and 2. So, I mean, I just wanted to toss that in there. I know it's a big cliche in this field, but given the fact that Apple TV is streaming foundation, and there's this great focus on the possibilities of technology, I thought I should ask you that question. Are we there yet? Moral machines. Either of you want to start, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll go on this one, right? So I think I would say we are there in some sense. We are not there in some sense, right? If I if I lean on some technological jargons, right? So there is a concept of called reinforcement learning, right? Now, what you typically hinted is if you have to implement through an AI, a reinforcement kind of a scenario has to be there. Now, there are scenarios where a reinforcement works, right? If you talk about how warehouses are managed, right? You have so big warehouses or big machines, and they operate almost autonomously. They will take the goods, put in the right rack. Order comes in, they take out the good and take it to a dispatch center. Now that's an end-to-end scenario where the machine is handling each and everything, right? There are scenarios in the healthcare, right? We have seen remote surgeries being performed purely through AR, VR, and the machines are directly involved in that, right? So there are scenarios where typically it has grown, but then I would say there are a lot of scenarios where it is not yet grown. And even if it grows, if you talk about algorithmic trading, right? Now, if you allow algorithmic trading to go unattended, what will happen to the economies, right? Because it will the algorithm will try to optimize and maximize the profit for each and every instance, and it might not be good for the economy or for the stock market, right? So while technologically you can probably change some nuts and bolts and make it happen, but then again, will that be feasible in a human scenario? That is something which needs to be seen.
Okay, Alexa, moral mission.
Yeah, I guess I guess the current state of algorithms, like anybody who knows how these algorithms work knows that we need to supervise these algorithms. They are as good as the data, and because mostly we are like current state of algorithms are mostly good at perception. So like all of this AI like topics like stories are kind of missing the point, because we are still not developing the true cognition, and we're just having like perceptual machines. We are good at this part. RL agents are really good at some specific niche and specific problems, such as like games or some constrained environments. But like other than that, we are still far away to even be like discussing it.
Okay. The other thing I want to talk about is, we've spoken about how difficult it is to define ethics. We've spoken about different, whether humans should be in charge of AI or not, whether machines can do it, whether there's morality that's possible in machines. And obviously we can go industry by industry and talk about different ethical issues, because there are plenty of them. But I think I want to end this conversation as well. So I'm going to invite you both to make some final comments about where you see your role personally in the development of ethics in AI. And interestingly, there is this one problem I read, right, which apparently in philosophy and in these humanities schools, this question is often asked. The famous trolley experiment, right? There's a trolley that is going down on a rail, and then it's going to hit 5 people. But then if it's diverted to a different line, it's going to hit only 1 person. So will a machine kind of decide that hitting 1 person is preferable to hitting 5 people? And apparently, so there was this poll created, and it was sent to hundreds of people, and most people said yes, it's a good idea for this trolley to hit this 1 person so that it can save the lives of 5 people. But the very same people who said yes, they also said the other question. They also said they would not buy a car which would do that. So that's the twist. So I just thought, that's probably a useful thought on which to kind of say that, yes, when it comes to creating rules and laws and ethics, not just AI researchers, but probably every representative of human discipline has to be there. So any last thoughts? And before I come to any last thoughts, there's also this other story, right, of Isaac Asimov. Again, he writes in this short story Runaround about this whole 3 laws of robotics. So it features a situation where a robot is following the second law, and it moves towards a dangerous substance, at which point the third law kicks in, and the robot moves away because it's believing the third law, at which point the second law kicks in again. So it traps the robot in an endless loop. I just thought it's one more entertaining kind of example. Are we there? Are we in this situation where machines are much more intelligent than these robots in this story? And last thoughts. Alexa, I'll start with you and then I'll come to you someday.
Yeah, I definitely say we are not, because like the troll experiment, the question is what should a human do? Like it's a very complex like a question that has been discussed for, I guess, many decades. Even I guess it's even I don't know, it's an old problem. But like what should we program the machine to do? Like how would a human like react? We could make the machine replicate human behavior, maybe like in some period of time, but like it's a hard question to answer for sure. It's an open-ended question. We need to agree as a society what is the best response, and we can program the robot to do exactly what the society thinks is appropriate. I think that's theoretically totally possible. So yeah, I don't think it's an unsolvable problem. It's unsolvable as much as it's unsolvable for humans. Like it's as hard for machines as it is for humans, I guess. As for the question on how I can influence like the like having more ethical principles being ingrained into our algorithms, I guess I can do whatever, like through my community, the Epiphany, like a small advertisement here from our side. Basically, yeah, I guess I can have a positive impact by just being a good role model for my community, and yeah, that's a first thought that popped onto my mind.
Fantastic. Sanket, what your thoughts are, and what do you
I,
think your
I, I
personal...
yes, I feel that, I don't want to generalize again. I mean, I'm very optimistic on the technology. We've been working on it for last 12 years or so, right? And I would put technology, I mean, I would firmly stand behind the technology. And for the simple reason that what happens is that technology is only that good depending upon the person who is actually developing it, right? So you cannot just say that because of one or two instances where the technology kind of went bad, things are not going to improve, right? I would rather put some principles around it, right? Like principles of fairness, or principle of reliability, inclusivity, privacy, or transparency and accountability, right? Now, if you take this as a dimensions on which you evaluate your technology, then and then putting that across different business domains, more than often you will find out that some of the business domains will have tick mark across all of this, and some of the domains would be still not there, right? And that gives a good idea to a concept what we are referring to as an explainable AI, right? So for the domain where all of this gets tick mark, then I know that whatever is been developed is very explainable, and I can fully rely on it, and I can have machine run or end to it. For the domains where this is not getting tick mark, only maybe 3 of this are getting tick mark, then I know there is still some more work to be done. And I will relate this back to your earlier question, human in the loop, right? That is where I would need human in the loop, right? So then it becomes inclusive as a technology, and everybody can rely, because right now the dilemma or the question comes in because not many people understand what is happening behind the technology. Through this framework, if we start releasing back to the normal community in simple English, hey, this is how the technologies are going to help you, right? Then it will really help, right? I'll take you back to more than a century, right? When the industrial revolution began, right? Today you can see a lot of advertisements at that time which were released saying that why a horse is better than a car. You don't need to take a horse to a fuel station. You don't need to service a horse, right? That time people felt that yes, horse is still better than a car, right? But today, do you feel so? No, right? So we have to give time. And why it happened, right? At that time, industrial revolution was based on certain principles, and you started explaining those principles, saying that how combustion engines are better, how pollution will go down, how you can go quicker, right? That same thing would happen in AI also, I feel, right? On some principles which I just mentioned, right? Every organizations can come up with those principles, and that will make the technology more adaptable to a common person. And that will be the pinnacle, because right now you cannot have AI been adopted only by technologies, right? It's not meant for that. If you start explaining the technology, then all the negative connotations around that will go away, and people will be more receptive and more adaptive. And that's how the overall good for I'll bring that to your topic of AI for good, right? That's how AI for good will happen, right? Be it climate, sustainability, health, whatever you name, all these principles are going to help convince the people how good AI is for their betterment.
Yeah, I mean, and ultimately, I guess it boils down to training the human. Every human being involved in programming, writing the code at every level. So
Yeah.
actually, I was going to end it here, but I'm going to ask you like both of you a quick question, which is, you both represent huge corporations. Do you see in your experience that every human being is being given the kind of instruction to keep ethics at the center of their work? Do you see that happening? Alexa and then Sanket.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the company. I mean, all of the big tech companies are like pushing for that. Definitely, there are like internal trainings. When I was working back at Microsoft, we had like internal trainings on ethical issues, etc. So yeah, I guess it's happening. I'm just not sure how much is it impacting daily life of a developer. Whether after like the person finishes with those trainings, whether that person goes on and actually can implement and use those like the new knowledge acquired from that training and kind of make the systems more ethical or not. Like there's this discrepancy of what the company culture is pushing for and what the actual daily work of a developer looks like. And yeah, I guess that's problematic.
Right. Sanket?
Yeah. So I would say, see, fundamentally, how human behave is that you push a human to do something and they will revolt. I mean, it's fundamental to any human behavior, right? So I would say it boils down to the culture, and culture cannot be pushed on somebody. It is about you seeing that happening actually around you, and that is where the leaders play a lot of good role, right? Specifically, the organization what I represent, I see that because the leaders here actually walk the talk, right? Their say-do ratio is much higher. There's a concept of say-do ratio, what you say and what you do. If that ratio is higher, that means yes, you are actually imbibing that culture through your actions, and imbibing a culture through actions is a lot more efficient than through some bullet points which get thrown at you through email, right? That doesn't work, and that's exactly how the culture are going to change, and I do see that happening.
Right. I think on that note, thank you both for being so candid and going along with these questions and giving your thoughtful answers. And of course, if there's anything you would like to say, you want to add any final comments, go ahead. But otherwise, we'll just bring this conversation to a close. And this is, of course, just one of many conversations that have been happening, that continue to happen, and will continue to happen in the future. Thank you so much, Alexa.
I just want to add a simple thing, if it's possible. Like first,
Yeah.
I think we need to get comfortable with the notion that AI will not be interpretable. Like I guess humans are also not interpretable. When you ask a human why he or she did something, they can give you some explanation, but that's not necessarily the true answer. The same thing we have with GPT-3. Like sometimes it just kind of outputs some nonsense or something that's like you know. So I guess that's the first thing. And the second thing you mentioned that like as long as we have good humans that have like a good ethical background are programming AI, I guess that assumes that AI itself will not be autonomous and have its own cognition. So like it doesn't matter whether good humans are programming AI. It matters whether those humans understand like the underlying principles of how that thing works. And I guess that's more of an AI alignment problem than ethics and good humans. So I guess those are two things I wanted to kind of.
So I'll just add one final thing, Venkatesh. Looking at the time, right? So I would say for developers, for adopters, for common humans, right? I would say look at this technology like climbing a mountain, and climb that mountain not for the world to see you, but for you to see the world, right? So just I would say you can relate, and then Alex also can relate that all is good, all is well, and it's just a matter of time, and all of this whatever negative connotations are there, I'm sure that those will be ironed out very soon, and all will be well.
It's an extremely optimistic note on which
Absolutely.
to end this conversation. But I guess optimism is wired into all technologists. And yes, of course, your point is well made, Sanket, and also your point, Alexa. And the other point, of course, is that once the artificial mind, so to speak, starts developing on its own, as it already has in many instances, there is no telling how it is going to develop, and where the field of ethics itself will be. So a lot of questions, a lot of compelling answers, and lots of food for thought. So thank you so much again, Sanket and Alexa.
Thank you.
Thanks, Venkatesh. Thanks, Alexa.
Thank you for the invitation.
And that brings us to the year of this year's summit. We kept the most intriguing conversation for the end. We hope you found all the guest speakers, as I did, and conversations interesting, insightful, and stimulating. And we would urge you to please let us know what your thoughts were, what your takeaways are in a feedback form. You can write us also at events@boomlive.in. So that's events@boomlive.in. And big thanks to Renjil T and Shiva Roy Chaudhary to have driven all this right from the beginning. Now, there might be one thing you all might have missed during the last 2 days of conversations. That is the intersection of AI and extreme speech, content moderation, and misinformation. We touched upon it, but we didn't have the time to go in depth on it. That's because we're creating an entirely new and different summit. And this is for January 2022. Stay tuned and look for us, look for the announcement. We'll tell you exactly when that is going to be. And for the moment, on behalf of the entire team at Boom, I would once again like to thank you all all the speakers and attendees for gracing this event, making it a success. We'll see you again next year. And till then, this is me, Venkatesh, signing off. Thank you. Goodbye and stay safe.